highlight numbers offensively, but look at the numbers for Cabrera. 1 for 19 against the Blue Jays. The only hit was a home run against R.A. Dickey at Comerica earlier in the season. But it's a different story with Victor Martinez. He's got good numbers all season long, and he's got exceptional numbers against Mark Buehrle, a .355 average.
Mark Buehrle will get ready for his 24th start of the season. And the Tigers know all about Mark Buehrle. This is his 35th career start versus Detroit.
Of course, he spent his career with the Chicago White Sox in the same division, so he knows all about the Tigers. He has not faced them since April of 2013.
Well, he's ready to go today, isn't he? He hasn't left that pitching rubber. He is ready to fire it in there against Rajay.
0-2. Boy, that's a good sign. Buehrle hasn't been able to locate that fastball recently, and he catches the inside corner to strike out Rajay Davis.
He'll do that against the right-handers. I think that's the influence of Diana Navarro. 1, 2, 3. Cuts that fastball on the inner half. It's a strike. Rajay Davis can't believe it. Good start by Mark Buehrle.
1 up, 1 down. Ian Kinsler steps in. Kinsler had a hit in yesterday's game. He was 1 for 4, scored a run in the 6th. His 4th hit of the series. He went 3 for 5 on Friday night. Now, as we know, the Tigers know Buehrle well, know that he's going to be around the plate, so they are in swing mode early.
And he has been around the plate lately. He gave up 10 hits in 4 innings in his last start against Baltimore. Quick start to the season for Mark Buehrle.
There's a drive, but foul, 0-2.
He was the quickest to 10 wins in his career and in the major leagues this year, becoming the first Blue Jay to do so since Roy Halladay did that in 2009. But since then, he has had his troubles. Needs a big one this afternoon for the Blue Jays.
Changeup down and away. Buehrle has 1 win since the 1st of June, and it has been a real struggle for him. 11-8 on the season. This is his 24th start.
He was talking about that after his last loss. A lot of ground balls, find little holes against him.
They took a shot at that inside corner again. Back and forth for Buehrle. That's going to be a real key, whether or not he can keep the ball out of the middle of the plate today.
In and out, up and down, backwards and forwards.
There's a drive to center field. Rasmus on the move. He gets there, 2 down. Well, it's a beautiful day, and certainly in the outfield, you really feel like you could run around on a day like this. It's Cabrera, Rasmus, and Bautista from left to right. Steve Thomason gets the start at third base. Reyes and Goins up the middle. Valencia's back at first, and Diana Navarro's done a terrific job with Mark Buehrle all season long.
5th start at first base for Valencia. He's looked good over there. And he's going to be playing first base against the left-handers until Edwin Encarnacion gets back.
Miguel Cabrera jumps on that first pitch, and he gets his 2nd hit against the Blue Jays, a 2-out single to center. He is now 2 for 20 for the season against the Jays.
Yeah, and he wants the baseball. Do you see that? He's telling the bench, hey, get me the baseball. You mentioned that he had just 1 hit against the Blue Jays. They got 1 more game to go before we don't have to see this guy anymore. Keep him down.
Yeah, you want to keep him in the ballpark, that's for sure. And he has 1 home run against the Jays this season.
Good to see that he still has a sense of humor.
Well, here's a guy that has hit well against Mark Buehrle. 355 average, 76 at bats against Buehrle. Victor Martinez, he goes after the first pitch. 2 outs. We're in the first. 23 degrees here at the start of this ball game. A reminder, those red jerseys, that's to identify Canada Baseball Day. Celebrating baseball across Canada. It's all presented by Honda. Veteran umpire Ben Miller behind the plate today. He knows Buehrle well, and he could bet he's going to get set up in a hurry. Not wanting to get caught off guard with Buehrle and his quick pace.
Looks like the Tigers are trying to pull the slow down act also as the hitters. Rajay Davis stepped out. Ian Kinsler was a little bit slow going in there, and Victor Martinez is very deliberate at the plate also. That's just to mess with the timing of Mark. Mark Buehrle likes to get it and go.
2 balls and 2 strikes, as we have seen throughout this series. Victor Martinez is never too concerned to hit with 2 strikes.
Best in baseball, hitting with 2 strikes. And it doesn't matter if it's a fastball or breaking ball. He can hit them all.
Pulled foul on the changeup. Buehrle had him out on that front foot. Cabrera's getting his running in. He probably thinks, hey, I haven't been on base in this whole series, so I got to make sure I know where second is.
Yeah. Well rested.
2-2. Pulled outside of third. Thomason, the third baseman. Munenori Kawasaki was at third yesterday. He had a terrific game in the field. He's not really comfortable playing third, but he's worked hard with Buehrle to get third. Takes a lot of ground balls at third, but he had a very good day defensively at third base yesterday.
Not in the lineup this afternoon for the Blue Jays.
Another 2-2 pitch. Buehrle is set. Another foul. Again, you see how Martinez is so good with 2 strikes. He really shortens up. He fights off the tough pitches and hopes to force you into a mistake.
He doesn't run that well, but you know he had 3 batting titles when he was in the minor leagues. He's such an accomplished hitter. I don't know how to get him out here. Maybe you try spinning a breaking ball up there outside.
This is pulled to shortstop. Reyes bobbles it, and he's going to go to first. Not in time. Reyes got over in the hole. Ball bounced up and really handcuffed him, and he looked at second, had no shot at Cabrera. By the time he got the ball to first, it was too late.
And with the runner running at first base, no chance to get Cabrera at second base. Here's that last hop. It rolls up his arm, picks it up, takes a quick look, thinks he has a shot across the diamond, but Victor Martinez beats it out, keeps the inning going.
15th error of the season puts Buehrle in a tough spot with 2 outs. Reyes with 15 errors. First and second, 2 outs. Torrey Hunter.
Torrey Hunter certainly seen Buehrle enough in his career.
How about that? 91 at bats against Mark Buehrle. He's 22 for 91. That's a .242 average.
He has never walked against Mark Buehrle in those 91 at bats. No walks and 3 home runs.
And he doesn't look like he wants to walk here. He is in the hole 0-2. Torrey Hunter, for his career against the Blue Jays, is a .240 hitter. But he has 16 home runs, and it's been a real battle for him lately. Just 2 for his last 24. Torrey Hunter got hit by a pitch in the Yankees series on Tuesday. Got hit on the back of that left hand, and he's wearing that pad to protect that left hand.
I think that has something to do with the 2 for 24. He was saying if he didn't get his hand off that bat, then he probably would have broke a bone in there. But he's able to get loose of the bat to absorb some of that shock.
The Tigers had really made Buehrle work here in the first inning. He's thrown 21 pitches in the first inning. There's a base hit to left field. Melky Cabrera is right at it. That ball hit right to Melky Cabrera. No chance at all for Dave Clark to send Cabrera home. Third base coach Dave Clark saw where that ball was hit. Hunter hit it hard, but right at Melky Cabrera.
Yeah, watch him charge this. It's a line drive right at Cabrera. That's 1 hop. You have no chance to score the run. I don't care who's running. Rajay Davis is running. You're probably not going to send him because that ball was hit so sharply. So 2 quick outs by the Tigers against Mark Buehrle. And now they've loaded the bases.
J.D. Martinez batting an even .300 for the season. He's just 1 for 3 against Buehrle. He's one of the youngsters in this lineup that hasn't faced Buehrle a lot. Martinez 0 for 3 with a walk in yesterday's game. Had a big double on Friday night, leading off the 9th against Casey Jansen.
What a nice little pickup by the Tigers. His production allowed them to trade Austin Jackson.
Ian Kinsler putting the mojo on the field, trying to get some good fortune for the Tigers early on. And it worked. There's a base hit. Cabrera's in to score. Victor Martinez coming in right behind him. And J.D. Martinez, a 2-out, 2-run single, puts the Tigers out front.
The ball wasn't hit very hard by Martinez. Buehrle talked about that. The balls that have not been hit hard, they've been finding a hole somehow. Watch this one off the end of the bat. Right back through the middle, and because it's not hit hard, Reyes can't get to it. The outfielders can't get to it. 2 runs are scored. Hunter's going to go all the way to third.
All of this happening with 2 outs and nobody on. The air is a huge play in this inning. Tigers have scored 2 runs on 3 hits and an error. Nick Castellanos had the game-tying home run Friday night, a 2-run shot in the 9th. There's another base hit that's going to bring Torrey Hunter home. Martinez stops at second, and the Tigers are all over Buehrle here in the first.
Boy, what looked like it was going to be a real quick inning. Strikeout of 3 pitches on Davis. Kinsler swung at the second pitch, so there were 2 outs after 5 pitches. A base hit by Cabrera on the first pitch. Then the error to Martinez has opened up the door for the Tigers.
Well, you see, Mark Buehrle got off to a great start, maybe the best of his career, 10-1, ERA just over 2, and his last 11 starts has been a totally different story. Location has been off, and that's the biggest key for his success. As a result, the league has hit .318 against him, and his whip is up over 1.5. So it has been a real different story in the second half of the season.
It was the quickest to 10 wins in his career, with just 1-7 in his last 11. Got to make those pinpoint pitches, and you got to play good defense behind him. He's going to put the ball in play.
Ground ball to shortstop was booted by Reyes, and that kept the inning alive, and the Tigers have capitalized. Alex Avila had the day off yesterday as Brian Halliday caught. Avila went 0 for 3 with a walk on Friday night. Avila batting .216 for the season. His numbers are better when he has a chance to drive in a run. .237. And he's got a runner in scoring position.
Got to stop the bleeding right here. They know they're in tough against David Price today. You got to stop it right. You got to get Avila.
David Price is 15-2 against the Blue Jays. He's a 7-0 in this ballpark and 8 career starts. Tough customer. Two balls and 2 strikes.
.31 pitches now for Buehrle.
He went around. Avila strikes out. The Tigers send 8 men to the plate in the first and score 3 runs. David Price will take the mound when we come back. Detroit has a 3-0 lead. Let's take a look at the Blue Jays lineup. Blue Jays won yesterday and had a big comeback win. It'll be Reyes, Melky Cabrera, and Jose Bautista. And Bautista has put up big numbers against David Price. 341 average, including 5 home runs. 11 RBIs against David Price. Danny Valencia right behind Bautista. He too has hit David Price well. He's 10 for 15 in his career. So Valencia in the cleanup spot. Navarro in the 5th spot. Reynolds the DH this afternoon. They're set to take on David Price.
As if David Price needed a little head start in this ball game. There are his numbers in 24 starts. This is his 2nd start of the season with the Tigers after they acquired him right at the trade deadline on July the 31st. Last time out, threw 113 pitches. That's 19 straight starts now for David Price with at least 100 pitches. He is a workhorse, and he's going to give you everything he has.
Jose Reyes takes the first pitch upstairs. 283 for Reyes on the season. Right at the bottom of the zone, it's a ball and a strike. David Price works out of that abbreviated windup, basically like he's in the set position, pitching as if there were a runner on base.
That'll just keep him together, stay over that rubber just a little bit longer.
For just wide of third. Reyes has been very consistent lately. Over his last 21 games, he has 29 hits. Going to want to get to David Price very quickly, trying to get him out of his game early. As Pat mentioned, he's a real horse. He will throw 100 pitches. He's done it 19 straight starts coming into this game.
19 straight starts. That's the active streak in the major league and longest in his career. You talk about that starting position that he has. He almost turns that front foot inward, and he looks like he's in a stretch. He just bounces and goes. That's a very simple windup that helps him stay together and throw a lot of strikes. Just 23 walks on the season. Watch that front foot. See how he turns it? That'll help him keep the front shoulder together, slow everything down. Chris Tillman does that also, the Baltimore Orioles.
Broken bat, one hopper, clubbed by Romine. Reyes is retired. Take a look at the defense for the Tigers behind David Price. It's J.D. Martinez, Rajay Davis, and Torrey Hunter in the outfield. Nick Castellanos is at third base. Andrew Romine gets the start at short. Kinsler and Cabrera on the right side. Alex Avila back behind the plate this afternoon for David Price. Price making his 2nd start.
Here's an underrated defender right here, Ian Kinsler. He's played in 112 of the 114 games this season for the Tigers. He's had 504 total chances, 3 errors this year at second base for Detroit.
He's a terrific defender and a very good offensive player, and that's why people think of him more as an offensive player than a Gold Glove caliber infielder. Melky Cabrera. What a year he's had. 315 batting average, 14 homers, and 61 driven in. And he continues to stay hot. Pokes it into right field. Torrey Hunter will play it back in. What a turnaround season for Melky Cabrera. Last year, of course, he was hurt. We found out later in the season he had a tumor on his spine. And the numbers reflect the problems he had with injuries.
And when you look back, 280 average last year with a tumor on your spine, that's pretty special. But he's healthy now. He's now up to 315. And the on-base plus the slugging average is up to almost 850. Melky's off to another good start today with a base hit. He had his 44th multi-hit game in yesterday's game. He's back at it again this afternoon.
One out, Jose Bautista. We mentioned his big numbers against David Price. 341 career average with 7 extra base hits. David Price has given up 22 home runs. He comes at you. He's not going to be timid, especially with a 3-run lead.
Yeah, he's going to use that fastball. He's going to pitch off of it. To the right-handers, it's going to be down and away. He's going to cut the ball at times. He can backdoor that cutter. We saw him use the changeup a lot more in his last start, his first start for the Tigers against the Yankees.
The Cabreras at first having a little bit of a sparring contest. I think they're in a different weight class.
One's a heavyweight, one's middleweight.
They can both hit. Ball and a strike to Bautista. If you don't think Jose Bautista likes facing the best, you're wrong. Bautista's hit 5 home runs against David Price. Of course, they played in the AL East forever against one another. He's also hit 5 home runs against James Shields, Price's former teammate with Tampa Bay, and he's got 5 home runs against John Lester.
You know, we've talked about that in the past in reference to Melky Cabrera about good hitters hitting good pitchers. You got to put Jose Bautista in that category. The great ones come up against the good pitching, and they deliver.
You know, that's something that a lot of people will overlook. They'll look at the stats and say, well, he's a .270 hitter. Well, who does he hit? If you're going to put together a championship caliber club, you want guys that hit the best guys. Because if you're going to be a champion and going to be a contending ball club, you have to beat the best. Bautista and Cabrera are in that class.
Numbers can be very deceiving. I've played with guys who were 30 home runs, 100 RBI people by the end of the year. But you look at when they did that. Did they do it when your team was losing 10-0 and they'd hit a 3-run homer in the 9th inning to pad the stats?
This is popped up, middle of the diamond. Kinsler shading his eyes, backing up behind second, makes the catch. 2 down. David Price loves to throw the fastball. He's got confidence that he can overpower anybody, and the numbers back it up.
Look at the size of that pie, the shaded dark blue. That's the fastball. Batters have hit 237 against it. He's introducing the changeup just a little bit more. He'll cut the fastball in and away to the right-handers and won't throw much of a curveball. He's basically, here it is. Let's see what you can do with it. With David Price comes right after you.
Bautista pops out, 2 down. Now Danny Valencia batting in the cleanup spot.
But to finish that thought about good hitters hitting good pitching, numbers can be deceiving because guys can put up numbers against inferior pitching. And when did they get their RBIs? You get a guy out at two outs out at second base. I want a guy who's going to drive him in.
I mean, look at Deanna Navarro, who is on deck. He has been the best Blue Jays guy as far as cashing in runners from third. He's gotten big hits all season long, but if you look at his career or season totals, 49 ribbies, you say, well, he's not a real good RBI guy.
Yes,
That's
he is.
True.
Yeah, he has come up with some big base hits for the Blue Jays this year when they needed them. Those are the kind of guys who are winners.
Ball on a strike to Danny Valencia. Big game for both of these clubs. The Tigers have given up some ground to Kansas City. The Royals are hot on their heels. Kansas City's won 6 in a row. They're only a game and a half back of the Tigers in the Central. Blue Jays are tied with the Yankees, 6 back of the front-running Orioles. So all these games, boy, isn't it interesting how the focus comes down to where you are now? Everybody's talking about the division. Of course, John Gibbons and his ball club, they want to win the division.
Yeah, that's the talk now, and it's only August. It's going to heat up next month for sure. Blue Jays have a big road trip after today's ball game.
Seattle, Chicago, and Milwaukee. The interleague series in Milwaukee, a 2-game series after 3 in Chicago against the White Sox.
And then 3 big series back at home to finish out the month.
Now 3-1 to Valencia. Johnny Navarro, we mentioned his ability to drive in around. He'd love to get to the plate here in the first inning. Tigers score 3 runs in the top half of the inning. Blue Jays trying to answer. Big cut by Valencia. Now it's a full count.
Price is starting to get loose.
Well, so many great pitchers. If you don't get them early, you're not going to get them. And Price is certainly in that category.
We've seen David Price like that before, where he's a little shaky in the first couple of innings, and then he finds it, and then it's over.
2 outs. Melky Cabrera at first. There he goes. Ball 4. So the first walk of the ball game issued by Price. That'll bring Diana Navarro to the plate. And with that, we'll take a look at the wild card standings. The Angels have a good grip on the first wild card spot. They have a 5.5 game advantage over the Royals, and the Royals have a 1.5 game advantage over the Yankees, the Mariners, and the Blue Jays.
The Angels might be tuckered out after last night's game.
19 innings last night. Albert Pujols with the walk-off hit.
Yeah, 19 innings. They played into the night last night against the Red Sox.
Won 5-4 over the Red Sox.
Richards had a no-hitter into the 7th inning last night.
Oh, he's a good pitcher. Johnny Navarro was after the first pitch. Navarro, 276 on the season. He's been everything the Blue Jays would hope for behind the plate, giving them some consistent at-bats, some clutch hitting. Price comes right at him. It's 0-2. David Price, his first full season in the majors, 2009. Since 2009, he has 15 wins against the Blue Jays, more than any pitcher in baseball.
His first game against the Blue Jays was not very good. I remember seeing him pitch. He gave up 6 runs to the Blue Jays. Since then, not a whole lot there. They have not been able to touch him.
This is his 9th start at Rogers Center. He's 7-0. Navarro with an 0-2 count. Stays alive. David Price will be a free agent after next year. And the Tigers, of course, have to make a decision with Max Scherzer, who's a free agent after this year. Verlander's locked up. Dave Dombrowski, the general manager, has plenty of decisions to make in this offseason. But he'll make those decisions after the Tigers finish up their postseason run, which they hope will happen. Good battle by Navarro. There's a changeup. It's an improved pitch for David Price, and I just wonder if being around Scherzer and Verlander, that changeup will get even better.
Yeah, the changeup was really good yesterday for Max Scherzer. He really pitched off of that and then used his fastball. We all know about Justin Verlander, what he can do with that changeup. I bet you Price starts incorporating that just a little bit more in his starts. I tell you, they're making him throw a lot of pitches. Not much has happened, but they've made him throw a lot of pitches here in the first inning.
But you mentioned he's got 19 straight starts with 100 or more pitches. You really got to elevate his pitch count and get him out of the game. He's pitched at least 8 innings in 9 of his last 11 starts. 0-2, 2 outs. Way outside. I tell you what, I have been impressed with the Blue Jays. They don't have all their men. They don't have all their weapons. And there hasn't been any whining from the players, but boy, they show a lot of heart. They have had their teeth kicked in a couple of times, and they bounce back.
That's the thing that's impressive, is how they get knocked back and how they're resilient they are, how they come right back and battle you.
Just like Navarro in this at bat. Friday night, Casey Janssen gave up back-to-back home runs for the first time in 224 games. First time he allowed multiple home runs in an appearance. And you'd say, well, boy, the Blue Jays are done now. They lost a tough one Friday night. They won an extra innings yesterday.
They knew they were in tough against Scherzer. They were losing the game. They came into that game 0-51 when trailing after 8 innings, and they win the game. They find themselves behind here, and they put the pressure right on David Price here in the first inning. This is going to be pitch number 26.
Fly ball to right. Torrey Hunter moving back, battling the sun, but that'll end the inning. Price gets out of it, but it took him 26 pitches to do it. Tigers have a 3-0 lead.
Baseball Day on Sportsnet. Presented by the 2014 Honda Civic, Canada's best-selling car 16 years in a row, and the official vehicle of the Toronto Blue Jays.
It's a baseball celebration at Rogers Center. That is a World Series championship trophy. One of 2 Blue Jays have won over their franchise history. Ground ball, one hopper right to Tolleson. Andrew Romine is a shortstop number 9 hitter, first out of the second inning. Mark Buehrle gave up 3 runs in the first inning on 4 hits and an error. All of the runs were unearned on the Reyes error at shortstop. Reyes committed an error with 2 outs on a routine ground ball.
And now Mark's job is very simple right here. They got to throw up some zeros and give the offense a chance against David Price.
Rajay Davis caught looking at strike 3 to start the ball game. High fly ball into center. Colby Erasmus circling underneath it. Well, you can see the sun reflecting off the players' glasses. It's high above Rogers Center and straight up. You look into that sun, boy. You got to make sure you have a good angle on it. It's a gorgeous afternoon. I mean, it's been a beautiful weekend all weekend long. Another good crowd on hand. A sellout yesterday, 45,927.
And the fans have been treated to 2 great ball games here this weekend. One of them, if you're a Blue Jays fan, not so much, but they've been great games. Very exciting. A lot of electricity in the air, a lot of excitement. Players have responded.
Harkins back to the days when they were both in the American League East, and they had all of those great games during the course of a season. Kinsler lifts a lazy fly ball in the left. Mark Buehrle needed a quick inning, and he threw just 4 pitches to set down the side in order.
Jays on Sportsnet. Brought to you by Home Hardware. Homeowners helping homeowners with expert advice.
Good day to pick up some Blue Jays memorabilia, and a lot of fans on hand, and the Blue Jays are wearing their red jerseys here this afternoon. Nolan Rymel got the game-winning hit in yesterday's game. Had an RBI double in the 10th. And drove home Danny Valencia, who had started the inning with an infield single.
Two new guys coming up big for the Blue Jays yesterday. They faced Max Scherzer, both as pinch hitters, and that's how John Gibbons got him into the game in the 8th inning. And he finished him off with a couple of strikeouts. They got a second chance there in the 10th inning and won it.
After facing Scherzer in that 8th inning, both Valencia and Rymel were overpowered. Job Chamberlain's a pretty good pitcher, but he had to seem like a day off after facing Scherzer. Scherzer just dialed it up a notch to get 2 strikeouts of the pinch hitters in the 8th.
Said he emptied the gas can right there to finish off the 8th inning. 96, 97 mile an hour fastball to finish it off.
Max Scherzer certainly going to be very attractive on the free agent market. He went 8 innings, allowed 1 run on 4 hits, didn't walk a batter, and struck out 11. And it looked easy.
That hit when you're a player just coming to a new organization, a new team. There's nothing like having a game-winning hit like that. Get you accepted amongst your teammates.
Yeah, you feel part of the team right away when you can come up with a big hit. He won a game in Houston with a pair of home runs. He'll get a leadoff walk off Price. Second walk issued by David Price. Now, David Price has really liked pitching against the Blue Jays. He's made 19 career starts before this one today. He's got a 15-2 record, including a perfect record here at Rogers Center at 7-0. They really haven't hit him hard, just a 223 average. Outside of Jose Bautista, he has handled everybody in this lineup fairly well.
He was asked the other day why the success against the Blue Jays, why so much. He says, honestly, I really can't put my finger on it. It's just a team I've pitched well against. I'm not really sure why.
Steve Thomason, the third baseman, gets a fastball strike. You're going to watch Price from this point forward. His velocity is going to build. He's one of those guys that comes out and tries to get his feet on the ground and mix his pitches in, but then the fastball velocity is going to jump. It seems as though he gets stretched out.
The first 6 batters of this ballgame, looks like he's been trying to nibble on the corners and try to be too fine. He's got enough stuff to just throw it down the middle, challenge the hitters. Right now he just hasn't found it yet.
Donaldson tried to bunt, may have bunted a ball. The ball looked like it was up and away.
That was not a sacrifice bunt either. That was a bunt for a base hit, and it looked like an off-speed pitch from Price. Not a pitch that you could bunt for a base hit.
So now Price is in the driver's seat, 1-2. Donaldson batting .244 for the season. Upstairs with that fastball, and you can hear the grunt from David Price as he reached back for a little extra. This is his second start since joining the Tigers. He made his first start at Yankee Stadium. Everybody said that he was really pumped up and threw some fastballs, 96, 97.
In the cutter, he pitched 8 2/3 innings. He had 10 strikeouts. Another strikeout performance by Price this season. That is 9 times he has done that. Slider to Jacoby Ellsbury, 112 pitches. 8 2/3 innings against the Yankees. Gave up 3 earned.
David Price leads all major league pitchers with double-digit strikeout games.
Well, he shortchanged him. That was his 10th double-digit strikeout game.
Colby Erasmus batting in the 8th spot. Rasmus 4 for 22 against David Price. That's a 182 average, but that's not unusual. Saw the Blue Jays as a team have hit 223 against Price for his career.
And you would think David Price, being a fastball pitcher, likes it down in the strike zone, that would be a good matchup for Colby Rasmus, who's a good fastball hitter.
I think you got to get back to location. He is making quality pitches in and out, moves it around. What kind of work would Alex Avila do to get acclimated with David Price?
Well, they would sit together for sure and talk about how they're going to attack hitters. Price has an idea. He's faced these guys before. He has his game plan from when he was with Tampa. Avila has his game plan when they have played against the Blue Jays. Right now, I think all he needs to do is just sit in the middle of the plate and let Price operate.
That's never a bad idea. I think the one thing you want to find out as a catcher is the pitch that he's most confident in that he can throw a strike with at any time. And that would be the fastball.
That would be the fastball. Both sides of the plate.
And there's the fastball. Back-to-back strikeouts after the leadoff walk.
Reaching back here in the 2nd inning. Fastball up and away. And Price gets the call. I mean, it's not a big secret to what he does, right? It's a lot of hard stuff. Hard fastball, hard cutter, change up.
Just have to make up your mind you're going to get that bat ready and try to get the head out. Ryan Goins in the number 9 spot. Rasmus and Goins drop down into the 8th and 9th spot respectively. Blue Jays just don't have the right-handed bats to counter against David Price. Edwin Encarnacion started his rehab last night. He got 1 hit, 3 at-bats at Dunedin. He is supposed to have a day off today after playing in his first game and then get back into a ball game tomorrow. Blue Jays are optimistic that they may have Edwin back for the Chicago series on Friday against the White Sox.
At the latest, that's what they're saying, that they're hoping to get him. David Price was talking about that same fact, that this is a good time to face the Blue Jays because Encarnacion is not in the lineup. He's not here. That's how much respect he has for him.
Edwin has 3 home runs against David Price. He didn't have a whole lot of hits, but he's always a threat to go deep. How about David Price? Gave up a leadoff walk and then settles down and strikes out the side. Little punctuation mark. Back to Buehrle. Tigers lead at 3-0. from Sportsnet.ca cover every angle of the Toronto Blue Jays. Breaking news, photos, videos, and tweets. A one-stop shop for everything Blue Jays. The Blue Jays Rundown only on Sportsnet.ca. And resilience, a quality trait for the Blue Jays this season. And that played out yesterday as they won an extra innings, and something we've talked about earlier in this game. Some great friends at the ballpark today, having a good time taking in a ball game. Miguel Cabrera singled, and he has another single. He drops one in front of Colby Rasmus. He is 2 for 2.
Time for him to head out of town.
Yeah, just about time for him to get out of town. Coming into this game, he was 1 for 19 against the Jays all season long. He has 2 hits already.
You and I were talking to a scout at lunch today, saying they've never seen him swinging as poor as he is right now. His timing all messed up, but 2 for 2 early on today.
You know what? He's been such a great hitter. Anytime he goes into a slump, everybody wants to know what's wrong. Hitting's hard. And every once in a while, you deserve to be human.
Well, putting up the numbers that he puts up, that's not human. Triple Crown winner. He might be the best.
On the ground, Reyes off his glove into center. Looked like a double play ball, but Reyes was in the hole and couldn't make a play on it.
Again, that turf today is very fast and very bouncy. As Martinez, who's bounced into a ton of double plays, looked like it was going to be a double play, but Reyes cannot come up with it. I think even with the dive, he comes up with that. They're still going to turn 2. But it bounces into center field for another hit.
Torrey Hunter got a base hit his first time up. Tigers have 3 runs on 6 hits. All 3 runs are unearned runs because of a Reyes error in the first. First and second, nobody out. Torrey Hunter has been in between all series long. We mentioned he got hit by a pitch on that left hand. That's why he's wearing that pad on that left hand. But his timing is a little bit off right now. And Buehrle will compound that, the way he changes speeds.
Yeah, use that cutter inside right here, and then you can go back outside with the changeup. He has been a good hitter for a long time, Torrey Hunter.
Get all those pitches just on the outskirts of the strike zone, and that's where Buehrle has to pitch.
I think that's exactly where he needs to live this afternoon. Keep him guessing.
J.D. Martinez is on deck. He had a 2-run single in the first inning. That pitch up out over the plate, and Torrey Hunter missed a pretty good pitch to hit. Ian Kinser's got a lot of life today, doesn't he? This is his first season with the Tigers, and boy, he's become a big part of this team. There's a liner to Reyes to second. Not in time. Goins was right there on time, but Cabrera with a good piece of base running. Oftentimes, base runners will take one step toward the next base on a line drive, and that could be fatal.
The last thing that a base coach will tell you, freeze on a line drive, and here's a line drive, and Cabrera didn't even move. All he did was turn around to see where that shortstop was playing, and that's why he was able to get back just ahead of that throw by Reyes.
1 out.
Yeah, the guys who get a little bit too frisky on the bases, all it takes is one step.
Well, especially guys that don't run well, like Cabrera, have a tendency to want to get off and get a good secondary lead on contact. There's a drive, and this is going to be down and up against the wall. Cabrera's around third. He's going to score as DJ Martinez has another RBI. Bang, bang at third base as Martinez goes first to third. J.D. Martinez has 2 RBI single in the first and an RBI double here in the third.
I thought they had a chance to get Victor Martinez at third base. First, the base hit. It's a breaking ball, and it's hit hard against the wall. Melky Cabrera does a good job barehanding it and throwing a strike to third base. But he is safe. Obviously, you could see Tollefson catches the ball on the inside part of third base. Looked like he was getting set up for a relay.
Yeah, I think he got surprised by the great throw by Cabrera. If he's on the outside of the bag, he's got a chance to catch that ball much quicker and put the tag on Martinez. Don Redmond starts to loosen up. 4-0 Tigers. Mark Buehrle has been a concern for John Gibbons. The last 6 1/3 innings, Mark Buehrle has given up 17 hits. And for whatever reason, Buehrle has really hit a wall here middle of the season. Nick Castellanos had an RBI single in the first. He's behind 1-2.
Infield's halfway. Obviously, they cannot afford to give up any more run, but with Victor Martinez running at third base, you don't have to come all the way in.
Yeah, the ball will come off the turf quickly and get to those middle infielders, so you don't have to come in so close.
They're probably playing it through also. The runners making the ball go through on the ground.
Full count, 1 out. Runners at second and third. Left-handed hitting catcher Alex Avila is on deck. Buehrle made another good pitch with a fastball. 2 down. Let's check in with Jamie Campbell. Jamie, thanks a lot. And, of course, that's a big game for the Blue Jays. And Corey Kluber, boy, he really throttled the Yankees yesterday as the Cleveland Indians beat New York 3-0. And they were up 2-0. Top of the third this afternoon. Alex Avila struck out his first time up. Blue Jays trail 4-0. They've been out hit 7-1. One thing about Mark Buehrle, he won't dodge his responsibility. He's a starter. He'll take that baseball, go to the mound, and give you whatever he's got.
453rd consecutive start today. He's going to take the baseball and give you what he has. What he needs is those ground balls to find the hole, or not to find the holes, but for the fielders to make the plays behind him. hard hit balls, they got to find the glove because it's going to make contact against them.
Oh, great pitch. So Buehrle minimizes the damage, just a single run. We'll go to the bottom of the third. Blue Jays need to get something going. Turn to the top of the order. Jose Reyes, Melky Cabrera, Jose Bautista against Price when we come back. Home plate umpire Bill Miller, and in between the half inning, somebody got thrown out of the game. We're not sure if it was Brad Osmus or not. He came out of the dugout, and you can see, let it go. Bill Miller says, let it go. And there's that final word, that key word that leads to an ejection, and we're not really sure who it was that was thrown out, but it looks like Osmus is the guy. He has handed his lineup over to the bench coach, and he will watch the rest of this game from his office.
He didn't let it go. I'm sure that had something to do with the strike zone. It usually does.
Well, Buehrle struck out Castellanos and Avila with called third strikes, and after that final out of the inning, Brad Osmus from the dugout let Bill Miller have it. There's that changeup. Boy, that's going to become an important pitch for David Price. Think about it. 95 mile an hour fastball and then 85 mile an hour changeup. That's perfect separation.
Yeah, 10 to 12 miles per hour is a very good separation between your changeup and your fastball. And if you start incorporating that a little bit more, what do you look for?
That's 4 straight strikeouts for David Price, and we mentioned once he gets settled in, it could be lights out.
Got the 4-run lead. He gave up the leadoff walk to Raimo last inning, and now it looks like he said, okay, enough of that. I'm going to just start firing fastballs down the middle, see if the Blue Jays can catch up to it. And they haven't so far.
The only hit came off the bat of Melky Cabrera, who steps in against Price. Melky had a single to right in his first at bat. Tipped into the glove of the catcher, Avila.
He is starting to get locked in on that outside corner against the right-handers. Check out pitch trackers right on the outside part of the plate.
Boy, don't you love these battles? Good hitter against good pitcher.
Yeah.
And you can see Melky Cabrera has dug in his heels. He's going to battle David Price. Melky battles everybody. He's just one of those guys that comes to work every day with his work gloves on.
He loves those challenges. You can tell right now, this is a challenge for him. Me versus you. Who's going to come out on top?
Little tapper up the third baseline. That dribble's foul. Melky Cabrera is 7 for 20 in his career against David Price. Up over 320.
That's pretty good. Good hitters hitting good pitchers. When I watch David Price work, I love watching his head never moves. He stares in. He gets the sign. His eyes are always on the glove, right on the strike zone, every single time throughout the whole windup. Even when he lets go. Never any movement with that head.
It's just popped up behind home plate. Avila with the mask off, and Melky Cabrera is retired. Time now for the baseball bio. It's brought to you by Transitions Adaptive Lenses. Transition lenses automatically filter just the right amount of light. Experience life well lived. Subject of our bio today, none other than David Price. He's 28 years old. He pitched at Vanderbilt University. He was the first overall pick by the Rays in 2007. And he made it to the big leagues that season and pitched for them. And he was a terrific player. Made it to the big leagues in 2008.
You know, I love to play the what-if game. And you saw that he just signed with Vanderbilt. That was after turning down an offer by the
L.A. Dodgers.
Los Angeles Dodgers. He was a 19th round draft pick in 2004 of the Los Angeles Dodgers. Could you imagine if he had accepted that?
David Price has been a terrific pitcher. He pitched in the World University Games in 2006 in Cuba. And he went 5-1 and had a 0.20 earned run average. Jose Bautista has hit him hard. Bautista has 5 career home runs against David Price. Bautista is the only hitter that has hit 5 home runs against Price. Curtis Granderson has hit 4. Mark Teixeira in a group of several that have hit 3, including Brian McCann and Victor Martinez. He's from Murfreesboro, Tennessee, just 35 miles southeast of Nashville. By all accounts, he is one of the best teammates the game has ever seen.
We've always had shots of him eating popcorn on the bench, helping out Joe Maddon when he was with the Tampa Bay Rays, always talking to all of his teammates. He's going to fit in quite nicely on that pitching staff for the Tigers.
There's a fly ball deep to center field. Davis at the track, at the wall, jumps and makes the catch. Rajay Davis knows this ballpark well, and he used all the space he had in center to take one away from Jose Bautista. Davis, a very able center fielder, filling in for Jackson, who was traded up against the wall, third out of the inning.
Sportsnet. Presented by the 2014 Honda Civic, Canada's best-selling car 16 years in a row, and the official vehicle of the Toronto Blue Jays.
Mark Buehrle delivers a first pitch strike to Andrew Romine. Romine is shortstop, batting in the ninth spot. Tigers lead at 4-0, trying to win this series. Ball clubs split the first two games of this series.
Tigers got some bad news this morning when they got to the ballpark. A couple of their pitchers have got to go on the disabled list.
Joakim Soria, who injured himself in the game yesterday. Jeff Jones, a pitching coach, he didn't want to hear that news. And then, of course, the starter on Friday night, Anibal Sanchez, also disabled. They have not replaced him. And they have made the announcement Robbie Ray will come up and pitch a game in Pittsburgh as they wrap up this road trip.
They're going to play a little short today.
Well, I guess you can do that when your pitcher has pitched into the 8th inning 8 of the last 11 times. Max Scherzer and Justin Verlander. What a rotation they put together. There's a line drive into right, and that's going to split the outfielders and go all the way to the wall. Romine can run. He's going to break it down at second. Ends up with a double, his 5th double of the season, and that's the way the top of the 4th starts.
Just couldn't finish him off right there. Got ahead 2 strikes and then tried to go away. Looked like it might have been a cutter. Romine had that one covered. Over the head of Goins and all the way to the wall for extra bases. That'll probably get the bullpen going again.
Pat Redmond was up earlier. Romine with the leadoff double. Then Redmond is up once again. It won't take him long this time. Davis bunts it foul. Rajay Davis 0 for 2 with a strikeout. Mark Buehrle had a quick inning in the second, threw 4 pitches and retired the side in order. Davis flied out to center in that at bat.
Surprising move right there by Rajay with the lead. He's hitting 100 points higher against lefties this season.
Boy, he hits it on the ground. That'll move the runner from second to third. Davis with a good at bat. Rajay Davis signed as a free agent with the Tigers. Was supposed to play in left field. Now with the trade of Austin Jackson, he's the center fielder. And we look at the Blue Jays center fielder Colby Erasmus and compare the seasons they've put together. Rajay hitting nearly 300, a very good on-base percentage. He's got 36 RBIs, more than Colby. And, of course, he's always been a speed merchant. He's got 26 stolen bases, caught just 8 times. But the 2 former Blue Jays having different seasons this year. Davis really at home with the Tigers.
Playing every day.
Colby is a free agent after this season as well. Blue Jays have to make their minds up about how they will handle his possible departure. There's a drive down the left side. This ball is hooking and it's fair. That ball stayed fair down the left side. Romine will jog in with the 5th Tiger run as he and Kinsler hits his 32nd double of the season. Mark Buehrle has given up 9 hits, and John Gibbons has made the call to the pen. So Mark Buehrle, after going 4 innings, his last time out against the Orioles, will leave with just 1 out in the 4th. He'll go 3 1/3 here this afternoon, and he's gone through a rough stretch. So Buehrle is out. Redmond is in. Miguel Cabrera 2 for 2 will bat when we come back. brought to you by Jose Cuervo, the world's best-selling tequila. Have a story with Jose Cuervo.
Mark Buehrle ends up going 3 1/3 inning this afternoon, and this is going to be the last pitch that he threw to Ian Kinsler. Off-speed pitch on the inner half, and Kinsler, 263 coming into this game against Mark Buehrle, keeps that one fair down the left field line. They hit that ends Mark's afternoon.
Disappointing start for Buehrle. Todd Redmond hasn't pitched since Sunday in Houston. He had a good outing there. Pitched 2 innings, allowed 1 hit and 1 run. Miguel Cabrera, 2 for 2. A couple of runs scored so far today. Tigers lead at 5-0. Todd Redmond trying to stem the tide of the Tigers. Tigers have all of a sudden turned things around with the bats. They had 4 hits in yesterday's game and have been struggling on this road trip. They came into this ball game averaging 2.73 runs per game since the All-Star break. They've scored 5 runs already here this afternoon.
It's no surprise that Cabrera, he's the guy who carries this team. When he's hitting, they're going to score a lot of runs. 2 for 2 today. No surprise that they have that lead 5-0. He and Victor Martinez back-to-back. That's a pretty tough duo to deal with.
They've been on base all 4 times they've come to the plate today. Edmund took a shot at that outside corner. Todd Redmond has done a nice job as the Blue Jays long man. Certainly not one of the most coveted roles in a bullpen, but one that's very important. You come in here and oftentimes you're pitching when your club is behind, but your job is to put up some zeros.
And like you said, he hasn't pitched since last Sunday, so he's had a week off, so you got to stay sharp.
Strikes out the first man he faces this afternoon. It's Cabrera.
The first thing you have to do if you're a long man is you have to be able to throw strikes. You're going to get inconsistent work, so you better have a simple delivery, and that's what Redmond has. He's got a simple delivery. He throws a lot of strikes. He can elevate that fastball. He drops down at times to pick up strikeouts. He's got a little bit of a slider and a changeup.
Now, Blue Jays are going to put Victor Martinez on with 2 outs. Switch hitter batting left-hander will get a free pass. Got a base open, and John Gibbons says, you know what, I've seen enough of Victor Martinez today. I have an opportunity to pitch around him, and I'm going to do that. Torrey Hunter is on deck. Torrey has got 1 for 2. He scored a run in the first, lined out to shortstop in the third. Mark Buehrle, 3 1/3. He has given up 9 hits. He gave up 9 hits today, gave up 10 hits his last time out against the Orioles in 4 innings. So 19 hits in his last 7 1/3. Torrey Hunter steps in against Todd Redmond. Tigers haven't seen a lot of Redmond. Hunter goes after the first pitch. It's the first time that Redmond has pitched against the Tigers this season.
There he is dropping down. He needs some quick innings right here. His career high as a reliever is 5 innings. He did that this season against the St. Louis Cardinals. 5 very good innings that afternoon. He's going to have to do it again, save that bullpen.
Redmond pitched against the Tigers last year. He had 1 appearance, a 3-inning stint. He allowed just a single hit in that outing. He's going to have to do the same today. Blue Jays have a tough road trip ahead.
Yeah, and the last thing you want to do is burn out your bullpen before you head on the road trip. That is Wally Joyner, the hitting coach of the Tigers, talking to one of his young players, Castellanos.
The appeal to the first base umpire, and the check swing is uphill. Chad Fairchild felt that Hunter checked his swing. 2 balls and 2 strikes. A run in this inning. Tigers have a 5-0 lead. They scored 3 in the first, 1 in the third, and 1 here in the fourth. It sounds as if Adam Lind is going to join the Blue Jays in Seattle. The plan is for him to fly to Seattle today and join the ball club. And really, the timing couldn't be better, as they're going to face 3 tough right-handers in the Mariners series. Felix Hernandez, Chris Young, and Hisashi Iwakuma. Corey Hunter fouls it out of play.
Yeah, the good news is you're coming to offer your rehab start. The bad news is you get King Felix.
Yeah, and Lind hasn't played in quite a while, and obviously when you get back to the major leagues, it's a totally different animal than the pitching you faced in the minors.
I don't think they've faced anybody like that guy, but the Blue Jays have had success against King Felix.
Fly ball hit into center. Rasmus has plenty of room. Redmond gets out of the inning with no further damage. The Tigers have taken a 5-0 lead as we head to the bottom of the fourth. Danny Valencia to start things off when we come back. Has to throw out the first pitch here prior to this game today. Linda Ruth DeSetti, Babe Ruth's granddaughter, to throw out the first pitch on Canada Baseball Day. Of course, Babe Ruth hit his first professional home run right here in Toronto, over on Hanlon's Point. And by all accounts, baseball is still in Lake Ontario. That home run was hit on September 5th of 1914 at the ballpark at Hanlon's Point. Stadium was built over there in 1909. But Babe Ruth was a 19-year-old pitcher at the time and hit his first professional home run. And today his granddaughter threw out the first pitch, all part of Canada Baseball Day, presented by Honda.
Showed some big old pictures up on the scoreboard here of Hanlon's Point and the ballpark there.
Hanlon's Point was Canada's answer to Coney Island. There was a lot of activities over there, and then, as we mentioned, the stadium was built in 1909, and it was kind of a destination for outings. People would go across on the ferry and have the amusement center over at Hanlon's Point, and later on they eventually built the ballpark. Bouncing ball to third. Valencia is aboard. An infield hit, just like he got in the 10th to start the game-winning rally. We'll tell you more about the Hamlin's Point Ballpark, and it's right across the way. It was close to the Billy Bishop Airport, where that now stands. And the stadium was a nice state-of-the-art stadium at that time. And as we mentioned, the Hamlin's Point area was named after Edward Ned Hamlin, who was a world-class rower. And the Hamlin's Point area became quite an amusement park for the people in Ontario, and they'd spend their afternoons over there.
Minor league baseball, I guess, back then.
Yep. I think Babe was playing for Providence at that time.
Okay. I know Sparky Anderson got a start here in Toronto.
Played in a different ballpark. He played in Tip Top Taylor Maple Leaf Park here. He was a guy that started here. Toronto's got a rich tradition of baseball going back to those minor league days. The Canadian Baseball Hall of Fame has an exhibit here in the ballpark today, and they've brought many artifacts up from St. Mary's, Ontario, to put on display here today. John Navarro flied out to right his first time up. It's just from hard but foul. Canadian Baseball Hall of Fame has done a terrific job putting things on display. Of course, 42, none other than Jackie Robinson, who started the Montreal Royals. World Series championships rings. Ernie Witt's jersey from the WBC Canada team. Roberto Alomar's gold glove, and lots of artifacts chronicling the history of baseball in Canada.
There are the World Series trophies.
You know all about that.
Know all about those.
0-2. Popped over the wall into the seats.
I have never been to St. Mary's, but everyone who has gone there tell me it's spectacular.
Very much along the lines of Cooperstown, small village with a great baseball background and a good heritage, and they've done a nice job with the museum there, and they certainly have a very special ceremony each season as they induct their new class of honorees.
We never get a chance to go there.
Always working. Another 0-2 pitch to Navarro. Another hard hit ball, but well fouled. Well, the Blue Jays, we have talked about how resilient they have been with 3 of their regulars out for a long time, over a month, and they have hung in there, playing right at 500 baseball. And this is a big test for them. David Price has a career 15-2 record. He's got a 5-0 lead, and this will test the character of the Blue Jays today.
Tell you what, they're not laying down. They're putting up some good at bats, and they're making David Price work. Look at Navarro.
Yeah, there's not a whole lot of give up in this lineup today, that's for sure. Danny Valencia got an infield base hit to third.
So you want to be a ball boy, and you still don't come up with it.
He kept it in front of him. What a battle. 96. We mentioned that the velocity was going to increase for David Price as the game went along. That's a real horse. He comes out just kind of a pedestrian fastball, and then when he needs a little extra, he's got it in reserve.
Saw that from Max Scherzer in yesterday's ball game. Price is the same way. He's tried his changeup a couple of times to Navarro. He's fouled it off. He's tried slipping a fastball by him, but Deonner's been waiting for that one.
Changeup. What a good pitch. 86 miles an hour. He got a piece of it, and he is still alive. You can see when he swung at it, he nodded to the umpire. I got a piece of that.
And Bill Miller was all over that one, saying yes, yes, he was. David Price doesn't.
Yeah,
think so.
He's not so sure. Let's take a look at it. Boy, I don't know. I didn't see that ball move at all. It didn't look like it changed directions. The sound might have been the ball hitting the dirt and then the glove. So Navarro has life. Another fly ball to right. Torrey Hunter makes the catch. One down. Let's check in with Jamie Campbell. He's got an update for us. Well, I tell you what, they lost their first baseman, Eric Hosmer, and they haven't lost a beat. Billy Butler has taken over at first base. Butler has an RBI double already today. Gordon with his 12th home run. Danny Duffy, 2 strikeouts in his first inning, and they have roughed up Tim Lincecum. And as we mentioned, Kansas City has won 6 in a row. They've won 9 of their last 10, and they have had the best record in baseball for the last couple of weeks.
And you better get the lead against Kansas City early on, or you don't have a chance.
Their bullpen has been locked down. They're a team that's got power arms in that pen, and then the closer, Greg Holland, he's a monster. Nolan Reimold checks his swing. Ball and a strike to Reimold. Strike 2. The Royals, as we mentioned, they've won 6 straight, 9 of 10. They're 14-3 since July 22nd. That's the best record in baseball.
That pitching staff's coming together.
And we mentioned that they have lost their first baseman, Eric Hosmer. One and 2. Reimold strikes out. 2 down. That's 5 strikeouts for Price.
David Price leads all of baseball in strikeouts looking. And you can see why when he's painting with that fastball down and away, and he's keeping it away from those hitters. You can see why he leads in strikeouts looking. 2 more this afternoon. He now has 81 this season.
Steve Tolleson was a strikeout victim in the second. We had talked to Dave Dombrowski on Friday about their philosophy as far as starting pitching goes. And he said, we like long and lean bodies. And David Price is the poster boy for that.
Perfect. 6'6" with long arms.
And they don't have those big bulky muscles that have a tendency to get hurt. Dave Dombrowski in his 13th season as the general manager. Look at Verlander, he's long and lean. Scherzer's the same way. And David Price fits the mold. Rick Porcello, who's just 25 years old. He's another long and lean starter. Verlander, he is signed for the long haul here with the Tigers. And Scherzer, of course, he's the free agent at the end of this season.
Even some of their high draft picks that they've traded away who are pitchers, like Andrew Miller was a high draft pick. He's long and lean. Jacob Turner.
Drew Smiley. They gave up in the Price deal. 6'4", 6'5". Good long, lean bodies.
Well, they certainly have a reason for it. They've done their homework and they've determined that's the type of pitcher they want on their team.
Popped up. Kinsler at second, waits on it. The inning is over. We'll go to the 5th. The Tigers behind David Price have a 5-0 lead. Now it's time for Blue Jays Central Update. Here's Jamie Campbell and Greg Zahn. The Blue Jays pay special tribute to the Canadian Forces today. They salute Petty Officer Kevin Clements. He joined the Navy in 1984, served aboard minesweepers and destroyers. He is the recipient of the Canadian Forces Decoration, the Queen's Golden Jubilee Medal, and most recently, the Queen's Diamond Jubilee Medal. Congratulations to Petty Officer Kevin Clements. Today, the recipient of our Sunday salute. J.D. Martinez has had a big day. 2 for 2 with 3 RBIs. He had a 2-run single in the first and an RBI double in the third. Todd Redmond came in to close out the 4th inning. On in relief of Mark Buehrle. They need some length from Redmond today. Blue Jays actually have a pretty good schedule when you look at the off days coming up. They'll have August 14th off in Chicago, and then another off day between Chicago and Milwaukee, and then a 3rd off day on the 21st when they come home.
5 total this month, so they can really manipulate their pitching staff.
And they might have to do something now when you think about Mark Buehrle for the last couple of outings, how he's been hit hard. Buehrle's been a terrific pitcher for his entire career.
Well, what the Blue Jays have done this season is when they had off days, they haven't skipped any of their starters. You have an opportunity when you have an off day to skip a starter or push everybody back. They have pushed everybody back most of the times this season. They've also brought up some pitchers from the minor leagues to make spot starts to keep everybody fresh as they head towards August and September.
Yeah, it's going to be a real time to sit down and try to decide how you're going to manage these off days, because you do have the opportunity, if they decide to skip a pitcher. When you look ahead to Monday, Drew Hutchison will open things up against Seattle, and J. Happ and R.A. Dickey. Then you have the off day. So after Dickey, you have Marcus Stroman. So I wouldn't think they'd want to skip Stroman. He'll be pitching on an extra day's rest with the off day. But then you have to make a determination. Do you want to skip Mark Buehrle and give him an extra time to rest? That's all something that Pete Walker and John Gibbons want to talk about.
You know what I say? No way. I'll tell you why. It's in Chicago. He's going to be going back home against Chicago White Sox, and he's going to have something for him.
In case you're just joining us, Mark Buehrle was the starting pitcher today. He certainly deserved a better fate. He pitches 3 1/3. Could have been out of the first inning unscathed, but the error committed by Reyes led to a 3-run inning. His totals for the outing: 3 1/3, 9 hits, 2 earned runs. He gave up 5 in total. Then walked about her and had 4 strikeouts. Well, you know what? I mean, that's all great sentimental stuff, but Buehrle pitched in Chicago last year with the Blue Jays, and I think you have to determine what's best for the team. And I don't think Buehrle would really kind of balk at, hey, whatever's best for the ball club. And obviously, he'd be the first to tell you he's not getting it done right now. Lots of questions and few answers. Certainly not going to be able to go out on the trade market and pick up a starter right now. Daniel Norris is an interesting player. He's just been promoted from AA to AAA. And I don't know if he would be an option, but he's certainly somebody that you might think about.
He's stretched out.
You say, well, what about Aaron Sanchez? I don't think that's an option. Sanchez has been put to the bullpen. He was in the bullpen for 2 outings in Buffalo. Now he's working out of the bullpen. I don't think you could push him to stretch him out in this situation. I don't think they want to mess with Sanchez. No, nor would I.
They have a plan for him, and they're going to stick to that, I think, here the last 2 months of the season.
Not to suggest that Daniel Norris is anything less of a commodity than Aaron Sanchez, but he is still starting. Fouled off the catcher's glove as Castellanos stays alive. These are all the things that managers and pitching coaches and GMs have to deal with late in the season, trying to figure out how you can weather the storm. And you know what? You get good news about Lind and possibly Encarnacion, and now you got to make a decision about Buehrle.
That's assuming everybody stays healthy too.
Yep. Everybody got excited when Brett Lawrie came back, and the excitement lasted about 3 innings. It's hard to ramp up players in the middle of the season and really know when they're game ready. Spring training is 6 weeks long for a reason, and you get players ready over the long 6 weeks for the rigors of a 6-month season.
You need that to get those pitchers in shape too. So a lot of decisions for the Jays over the next couple of weeks. But the good news is they've got those days off that they can play with.
The ball hit to right. Bautista backing up quickly, and it's over his head. Castellanos is headed for second. He drove it deep to right, the opposite field. Hit it over Bautista's head. It went up against the wall. That's his 25th double. Tigers lead the majors in doubles.
We had a shot of him talking with Wally Joyner about what Todd Redmond's going to feature. It looked like a fastball away. Instead of trying to pull it, stayed right with him. Just out of the reach of Jose Bautista for extra bases. Castellanos, the book on him is down and away. He's had trouble with pitches away. That time he stayed on it.
They waved at that breaking ball earlier in the at-bat. He is now 2 for 3 today. Catcher Alex Avila has struck out both times. He struck out in the third, and that led to the ejection of Brad Ausmus. He was called out on strike 3. Ausmus was chirping from the bench, and Bill Miller and Ausmus got into it, and Bill Miller, the home plate umpire, ejected the Tiger manager. One out. Tigers have a 5-0 lead. They've out-hit the Blue Jays 10-2. Mark Buehrle had a chance to get out of the first inning. He had 2 outs and a runner at first. Victor Martinez hit a ground ball. Looked like that was going to end the inning, but Reyes committed the error, and that would open up the floodgates.
Martinez also hit a ball to third inning. It looked like it might have been a double play, but it found its way into the outfield, and that led to a run. He was talking about that after his last start when Baltimore touched him up. And the balls aren't hit hard right now. They're just finding their way into the outfield.
There goes the runner for third. Navarro's throw is in time. And you can see both Castellano and Dave Clark turned quickly to the bench to suggest they think he was safe.
Well, he's not leaving the field. He's not leaving the field until they get, and the umpires are saying, let's go, it's time to get off. But he don't want to leave the field because he wants to give them time to take a look at the review here. Castellanos was pretty adamant that he was safe at third base.
There's the break, and it was a perfect pitch for Navarro to throw. A little bit high, but the tag was quickly applied by Tollison. Adrian Johnson, the third base umpire, moving in to watch the tag, and here's a better shot of it.
Out.
Tigers aren't going to ask for the review. So Castellanos is out, caught stealing, 2-5. Avila hits it on the ground. Valencia shovels to Redmond. Don Redmond puts up another 0. The Blue Jays are going to have to rally back against David Price, Rasmus Goins, and Reyes when we come back. So our guests of TD. While over in the Jays Care Community Clubhouse are folks from the Boys and Girls Club of Hamilton. Welcome to the ballpark and another beautiful afternoon for baseball. And unfortunately, Blue Jays are down by 5. Going to have to rally back. Full house here at Rogers Center. It's been a great weekend for the fans. Had a Friday fan festival here. And the opener, 36,000 on hand for that. Yesterday, almost 46,000. And looks like the same kind of crowd here this afternoon. Colby Erasmus will try to get something going against David Price. Blue Jays have 2 hits. 1 that's left the infield. Erasmus called for a strike, and it looked like that pitch was down and away, and everybody in the Blue Jays bench said, you know, David Price is pretty good. He doesn't need any help.
Doesn't need any help. That one looked like it might have been low and away.
Why not? If I'm David Price, I'll go right back to that same spot.
Stay right there. That's what makes him so tough. Not that he can throw the ball off the plate, as he can command it out there. You hear that all the time. Both sides of the plate. Well, you can throw your fastball into the lefties or away to the lefties.
And right back to the same spot. Gets a ground ball. 1 out. Let's check in with Jamie Campbell. Thank you, Jamie. And the Orioles, boy, they have pounded the baseball the last couple of games against the Cardinals. Really hitting the home runs.
The 2 acquisitions by the Cardinals, that ball rolled up the first base, and it's a fair ball. The 2 acquisitions by the Cardinals haven't worked out so well the last 2 days in Baltimore.
Wow, and Baltimore knows both of those pitchers as their American League pitchers, as they roughed up Justin Masterson on Friday night and hit John Lackey hard yesterday.
Home runs. Lots of them from the Orioles.
They had 6 home runs in the opener on Friday night. J.J. Hardy had a pair and came right back again yesterday and had another big game offensively. It's a good team, and you know what? They're not going away.
Ubaldo Jimenez came off the DL and pitched well for him yesterday.
How about Miguel Gonzalez getting sent back to the minors? He had an option left. He had pitched well, and they had to get Jimenez back into the rotation, so Gonzalez was sent back to the minors. How about Caleb Joseph, the young catcher for the Orioles? He homered in 5 straight games now. Ball and a strike to Reyes. He popped into right. Torrey Hunter, the right fielder, over near the foul line, and David Price, just 7 pitches, retires the side in order. We'll go to the 6th, and here comes the Home Hardware cleanup crew, brought to you by Natura, Home Hardware's exclusive line of safe, environmentally friendly cleaning products. MLB.com at bat is the official app of Major League Baseball. Listen to live audio, follow games pitch by pitch, and enjoy in-game video highlights. The app is available on the iPhone, iPad, iPod Touch, Android, and BlackBerry. Season-long subscription packages are available. Visit BlueJays.com for more details. We move to the 6th. Andrew Romine doubled and scored his last at bat back in the 4th. That was against Mark Buehrle. Todd Redmond came into the game 2 batters later. Struck out Miguel Cabrera and then got Torrey Hunter after a walk.
They can push Todd Redmond. If you can have a very quick inning today, they might send him back out there for the 7th inning. And then you've got Chad Jenkins, who's also a long man down in that bullpen for the Blue Jays. What you don't want to do is use your best relievers in a game like this when you're behind.
Yeah, and every manager has that in his mind. This is popped up behind second into shallow center. Kobe Erasmus really got after it and was able to make the catch. 1 down. You know, managers will play it out in their mind. You have a long man that you use when you're behind and the starter gets bumped early. You have guys that pitch middle innings when you're tied, and then of course you have the setup man and the closer pitching late when you're ahead.
I was talking to Buck Showalter when the Orioles were in town here about the bullpen and what he looks for in the game. And before every game, he'll get together with his pitching coach and his bench coach, and he says, okay, if our starter gets hit with a line drive in the knee in the 1st inning on the first batter, who's coming into the game? You always have to have that backup guy even before the game starts.
Yeah, you sit down with your pitching coach, and I remember talking with Mark Connor, my pitching coach, and we would always look at the innings, the workload, how many times a pitcher had been up, who was available, and how long they might be able to pitch on a given day. The bad days were when the pitching coach came to you and said, I don't think we have enough innings to pitch today.
And that happened to you a couple of times.
Oh, it does. It sure does. And your starter gets knocked out early, and you look down and you go, I got 6 good innings in the bullpen, and I've got 8 left in the game. That's not a good feeling.
That's not a good feeling. That's why I think pitchers like Todd Redmond, and I'm going to throw Chad Jenkins in there also, long guys, long men who can give you multiple innings, and I'm talking 3, 4, maybe even 5 innings if the pitch count's down.
Popped up behind the screen out of play.
You might not be able to use them for another week.
Yeah, and that's fine.
But
and
that's
they know
okay.
what their role is. And Todd is perfect at it. And sure, I think the one thing, too, is managers will always change your roles. If you get enough big innings, and you remember there was a point this season when John Gibbons had made the announcement Todd Redmond was going to get more higher leveraged outings, pitch in some more difficult situations. This copyrighted telecast is presented by authority of Rogers Blue Jays Baseball Partnership and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form. And the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of Rogers Blue Jays Baseball Partnership. Well, if you can't be at the ballpark, I guess being on the lake sailing around on a gorgeous Sunday afternoon, pretty good option. Aaron Sanchez starting to loosen up. Todd Redmond walked Rajay Davis. Now you got to keep your eye on him at first. Rajay with 26 steals. Davis is 3rd in the American League. Of course, Jose Altuve, the Astros, leads it with 45. Jacoby Ellsbury of the Yanks has 29. Then Rajay Davis has 26.
He is not getting the type of lead that we have seen Rajay take when he's getting ready to steal a base. 5-0. I don't know if he's going to be going.
There he goes. Pitch is popped into right. Rajay was all the way back to second base. Goins bobbles it, but still gets it back to first in time. They did a good job at second decoying Davis, and he didn't know where the ball was. He's doubled up. Center. Blue Jays will take on the Rays August 22nd through the 24th. Then the Red Sox are in town once again, August 25th through the 27th. And how about the New York Yankees? Derek Jeter and the Yankees for the final time will be here at Rogers Center August 29th through the 31st. So make sure you check it out. Derek Jeter's final visit to Toronto as a Yankee.
Amazing. Just amazing. So that'll be a good homestand, I think, for the Blue Jays. You got the retooled Red Sox, the Yankees, and Tampa Bay without David Price.
Melky Cabrera. Blue Jays have been stymied once again by David Price. Shut out on 2 hits. Melky has one of the 2 hits. Valencia has the other.
It wasn't always like that for David Price in this ballpark. His first start here, all the way back in 2009, he gave up 6 runs on 9 hits in 3 innings. Rays came back to win that game 10-9, but Blue Jays introduced him to this ballpark rudely. I think he took it personal.
Yeah, they made him mad.
He hasn't lost.
Hasn't lost since. This is his 9th career start here at Rogers Center. In his previous 8 starts, he's gone 7-0. For his career, he's 15-2 against the Blue Jays. He has the most wins against the Jays since his first full season, 2009. Pulled on the ground. Big hop for Castellanos. High throw, no problem. David Price in 8 starts. Here are his numbers. The ERA reflects that outing you were talking about. Opponents have hit 275. But he has not suffered a loss here at Rogers Center.
The 7 runs a game certainly helps in those 8 starts for David Price, but some of his gems have been right here against the Blue Jays. I mean, you know you're in tough when he's got the ball. You're not going to get a lot of hits. You're not going to score a lot of runs if he's on. So you got to make the most of your opportunities.
Jose Bautista is 0 for 2.
26 pitch first inning for David Price today. 19 more pitches in the second inning. And then since then, Blue Jays have had just one base runner.
Inside, 2 balls and no strikes to Bautista. When you think about David Price and his dominance, I mean, he has won 15 games in 6 years. Bautista takes a strike. There's 15 wins against the Blue Jays, one more than John Lester has recorded since 2009. Lester, for his career, has 15, but he started a year earlier than Price. When you look at the pitchers over the years and the total number of wins, Mike Mussina and Andy Pettitte have 25 wins against the Blue Jays. That's the most against the Blue Jays. Mussina pitched 16 seasons. Pettitte pitched 50. Price has 15 wins in 6 years. Bautista protects the plate.
Well, he's now out of the American League East, so we won't see him as much. Most wins since 2009 versus the Jays. There are the numbers you were talking about. Price with his 15, Lester and Buchholz. Price is now out of the American League East, so we might see him once or twice a year now. He has one more year on his contract with the Tigers.
2 balls and 2 strikes to Bautista. Liner into center. Davis got a good break, makes a sliding catch. He's done that all too often in this series. He has robbed Bautista twice today. Took one off the wall in center, and here he takes away a sinking line drive.
Rajay had a catch to end the game on Friday night. You mentioned the Bautista hit earlier. Now this one, he got a great break on that ball. He read it right off the bat, took a good route to the ball, and he's hit it right to his glove side. Rajay taking it away from his former teammate, Jose Bautista.
2 outs now. Danny Valencia has been on base twice. He walked in, had an infield single. Just like to be able to put a little pressure on David Price and get into the Tigers bullpen. They don't have Soria, and he was placed on a disabled list. Joe Nathan has had 2 long outings in this series. You wouldn't expect he'd be available today. Javon Chamberlain took the loss yesterday, and they haven't replaced Soria on the active roster, so they're playing shorthanded.
Shorthanded with 6 relievers today.
So I'm sure Matt Osmus talked with his pitching coach, as you mentioned, those pregame meetings between manager and pitching coach to determine how they were going to address the late innings.
In those early innings for David Price today that we talked about, 26 pitches in the first, 19 more in the second. That might hurt him from trying to go 8 or 9 innings this afternoon. He's closing in on 100 right now in the 6th inning. If he has a long 7th inning, that might be it. Then they have to cover 2 innings.
We mentioned coming into this game, David Price has 19 straight outings in which he's thrown 100 or more pitches. He's also pitched at least 8 innings in 9 of his last 11 starts. So he's not prone to leave early. And that's another thing the Tigers like about their starters. They pitch deep into the game. Dave Dombrowski again telling us that when they develop their starting pitchers down in the minors, they don't emphasize 5-inning outings. Chris Carpenter told me when he was pitching for the Blue Jays that the job of the starter is to win the game. Go out and you win the game. Pitch into a decision. And that's what David Price has done against the Blue Jays. We mentioned his 15 wins. His 15 wins come in 19 starts. 15-2 in 19 starts.
17 decisions in 19. That's a pretty good ratio.
Full count, 2 outs. Right off of Price into right field. Valencia turns first. Will go to second. And Danny Valencia wears out David Price, figuratively and literally. That is his 12th hit in 17 at-bats against Price. Kevin Rand, the trainer, out to check on David Price.
Line drive right back to the middle. It looked like it might have gotten his knee. Now it ricocheted over to Cabrera, and he almost made the catch. Backdoor cutter right back off the knee. Price doesn't react too much to it right there as it goes over to Cabrera, and he almost comes up with it. It's going to be a double for Valencia.
David Price is going to throw a pitch. He got hit hard on that left knee. And of course, the Tigers training staff not that familiar with David Price, having just made 2 starts, and they're trying to get to know him a little bit. Price, you have to trust his judgment here. Kevin Rand, trainer, making sure that Price feels he is okay to continue.
Watch where this ball comes right back and hits him right in that left knee. He's talking to Valencia right now.
And he knows the numbers. Sure. Valencia has 12 hits and 17 at-bats, and he's walked today. Turning around saying, "What do you see when you face me?" Yanner Navarro has flied out twice to right field. Drop to left field. This one is back and gone.
Home run number 9 for Navarro as he touches up David Price. He's had a couple of good at-bats today. It seemed like he was on everything, a couple of flyouts, and he wasn't going to waste any time. Right after Valencia hits Price on the knee, the first pitch Navarro sees drives out of the ballpark.
DeHonor has had good at-bats all afternoon. He's seen plenty of pitches, and he didn't wait around. He got one he liked and hammered it. His 9th home run, RBIs 50 and 51, and the Blue Jays are on the board. David Price, this is the 23rd home run he has allowed. That ties him with John Danks of the White Sox for the most given up in the American League.
Elevated fastball.
How many big hits has Navarro gotten in the last 2 weeks?
You know, we were talking about that earlier, about he's driven in 51 runs now, and a lot of them are big RBIs. Jose Bautista certainly likes that. Big RBIs. They put him in the 4-hole. When Encarnacion went out, he's delivered.
0-2 to Raimel. He strikes out. The inning is over, but the Blue Jays break through against David Price. A 2-run home run by DeHonor Navarro. It's a 5-2 Tiger lead. go to the 7th. With that, John Gibbons has made another call to the bullpen. This time it'll be Aaron Sanchez coming on.
First time that we have seen Aaron in this series right here against the Tigers. There are his numbers. Already 2-0 in his 6 games in the big leagues there. Very good earned run average of 289. Last worked 5 days ago in that Baltimore series where he threw 2 innings against the Orioles. The thinking right here is that 2-run home run got you closer. Now you got to slam the door. Here comes Aaron Sanchez probably for a couple of innings.
Especially this part of the lineup. It's Cabrera, Martinez, and Hunter, the 3 veteran hitters middle of the order. And they have not seen Sanchez. Miguel Cabrera has a good day going. 2 for 3 with a strikeout. He scored a pair of runs. He singled in each of his first 2 at-bats. Fouls it back. Miguel Cabrera, of course, one of the great hitters in this generation, and Aaron Sanchez getting his first opportunity to pitch to Cabrera. Breaking ball hit high in the air to center. 1 down. The drive of the game is brought to you by the 2014 Honda Civic, Canada's best-selling car 16 years in a row, and the official vehicle of the Toronto Blue Jays.
Leonard Navarro had a couple of good at-bats against David Price. Long at-bats, so he had seen everything. Well, he wasn't waiting around this time. First pitch fastball drill into the bullpen of the Blue Jays for his 9th home run, our drive of the game.
Victor Martinez. Martinez has been on base 3 times today. He reached on the air in the first, had a single in the third, and was given a free pass in the 4th. Bounces this one to second base. Ryan Goins takes his time. 2 up, 2 down for Sanchez. Well, David Price got hit on the leg. As you can see, the Tigers are starting to loosen up. On the left, it's the right-hander, Al Albuquerque. On the right, the left-hander, Phil Koch. Doesn't look like they're getting ready to start the inning. They're just starting to loosen up.
Price will probably go out there. Now he's sitting down. That thing could tighten up on him real quickly. He could come out and throw a pitch or 2 and it'd be tight, not loose, and then they'll have to go to the bullpen.
Yeah, I think that's exactly what the scenario is, because both Albuquerque and Koch are just kind of tossing to get loose. And obviously, if Price goes out to warm up and has to leave, pitchers that take over have plenty of time. Torrey Hunter takes a close fastball. 1-2. Aaron Sanchez, middle of the order, no problem. 3 up, 3 down. He strikes out Torrey Hunter. Sanchez threw a 99-mile-an-hour fastball and then drops this hook on Hunter for the strikeout. you by the Sleeman Speakeasy. Only the notorious get in. Enter for your chance at SleemanSpeakeasy.ca.
I tell you, Jose Bautista is not going to want to see these plays of the game. Off the bat, Rajai Davis robs him of extra bases against the wall in deep left center field to the delight of David Price. Well, Bautista tries to get one in front of him, and he takes that one away from him. Rajai Davis, two great catches in center field, are players of the day.
Davis is the everyday center fielder with the trade of Austin Jackson. David Price got hit on his left knee on a comebacker off the bat of Danny Valencia in the last inning. Doesn't appear to have any ill effects from being hit.
Well, he gets stronger as the game wears on. For Price, it was his back leg, that push-off leg.
Yeah, you're right. When he starts his pitching delivery, he puts all his weight on that back leg and really loads up that knee. So it appears as though he's fine and doesn't seem to have any concern about that knee.
Well, one thing that you could look at is where the pitches are. We'll watch for as long as he's out there this inning where the pitches are. If he's not pushing off properly, the ball's going to be elevated. It's going to stay up in the strike zone.
Deanna Navarro, a 2-run home run, the only RBIs by the Blue Jays today. It is a 5-2 Tiger lead. Coming into this game, David Price over his last 8 starts has a 184 earned run average. 63 2/3 innings of work, only 48 hits and 66 strikeouts.
Dominant. That's what a number one is. Puts up those kind of numbers.
Leadoff walk.
The 2014 Honda Civic, Canada's best-selling car 16 years in a row, and the official vehicle of the Toronto Blue Jays.
It is Canada Baseball Day here at Rogers Center, and all the festivities presented by Honda as they have acknowledged the great baseball tradition in Canada, starting with the first baseball game in 1838. Colby Erasmus has struck out and grounded out. Now he's got a base hit. Collison will stop at second. Colby Erasmus jumping on the first pitch after the Tollison walk. Hey, you never know. Jeff Jones coming out of the dugout, and he has made the call to the bullpen. Here's the pitch from Price. It's middle.
Yep, up. Once again, allowing Colby Rasmus to wrap that ball into right field. So they had the bullpen working just in case. And they knocked David Price out.
Jeff Jones makes the change as Phil Koch hustles in from the bullpen. Koch against Goins when we come back. Blue Jays. Shy Davidi takes you beyond the bases with in-depth analysis and expert opinion. Shy Davidi, MLB Insider only on Sportsnet.ca. Well, the insider might tell you the Blue Jays are happy they knocked David Price out of the ball game and they've gotten into the bullpen. Phil Coke, 42nd game of the season.
A hard-throwing Phil Coke, 41 games. Lefties hitting just .239 against him this season. Coke is in here. He has closed games before for the Tigers. He's been a left-on-left kind of guy. Right now, they're trying to find a bridge to the end of this ball game. Munenori Kawasaki has grabbed the bat.
Kawasaki batting for Ryan Goins. Kawasaki leads the Blue Jays with 7 sacrifice bunts. Tigers have a 3-run lead. Kawasaki not showing bunt, takes a strike.
I'm just guessing here, but if the Blue Jays were going to bunt, they could have kept Ryan Goins up there to bunt. Kawasaki up there to have a good at-bat against Coke. He is a hot hitter. Last 26 games hitting over 300.
Kawasaki 0 for 2 against Coke. Tollison at second, Rasmus at first. Inside, a ball and a strike.
No right-handers on the bench for the Blue Jays to counteract a left-handed reliever. And they've got 3 lefties. The Detroit Tigers in their bullpen.
David Price out of the game. Runners on base, his responsibility. Kawasaki, a .297 hitter against lefty pitching. Breaking ball in there for a strike. Want to remind you that the Tigers are a little bit thin in their bullpen. No Soria, he was placed on the DL. You wouldn't expect Joe Nathan to pitch today. Soria hurt his back yesterday, and he is unavailable. Nathan has pitched in both of the first 2 games of this series and thrown over 20 pitches in both outings.
Lots of pitches, so you got to figure that he might not be available today.
1-2. Kawasaki battles and fights it off.
And where we are in this game, I don't expect the Tigers to have a left-handed pitcher just to get one batter. They're going to have to get multiple outs, I think, with that thin bullpen.
A couple of switch hitters will follow Kawasaki. Reyes and then Cabrera. Kawasaki, a .253 hitter with 2 strikes. Pretty tough. Puts it in play. Kinsler goes to the bag. First base, not in time. High throw, and Kawasaki is safe at first. Kinsler may have had more time than he thought. He got to the bag, stepped on second for the force out, and then threw on the run, and his throw was off the mark.
Yeah, if he could have taken that right foot, planted it on the bag, and then stepped with his left foot, it would have been a little bit more on it, and a little bit more accurate. But he chooses to throw on the run. That makes the ball sail on him. And Kawasaki beats it out.
So there's 1 out, runners at the corners. Tollison walked to start the inning. Kawasaki at first on the fielder's choice. Now Jose Reyes 0 for 3. Line drive, base hit. Tollison's in to score. Reyes with the RBI single. It's a 2-run game. Boy, he has been all over those first pitches and at bats. He's looking to ambush that fastball, and he did.
And he's clutching up, too. That run will be charged to David Price, and his afternoon is over. That ball out in front. He is all over that pitch. Soft single into left field. Blue Jays coming back. They got the right hitters coming up. Their best hitters.
One out. Melky Cabrera. Kawasaki at second. Reyes at first. Melky Cabrera has a home run against Phil Coke.
And right now, he is the go-ahead run. They have battled back all afternoon.
Ball in the strike. Phil Coke in relief of David Price. Kawasaki pinch hit for Goins. Reyes an RBI single. Way outside. Bautista is next. Albuquerque is standing ready in the bullpen. Albuquerque picked up the win on Friday night.
Yeah, he's got Bautista, Valencia, probably Navarro, and Reimold if they need them.
2-1. Now 3-1. The Blue Jays have scored a run this inning. Tigers have a 5-3 lead. Strike two. Looked like Melky Cabrera had a different pitch on his mind.
Looked like maybe a breaking ball or something like that, and Coke challenged him with a fastball down. Gotta let him hit.
Kawasaki came in as a pinch hitter, reached on the fielder's choice. He went to second on the RBI single by Reyes. Melky Cabrera with a 3-2 count. Bautista on deck. Phil Coke in relief of David Price. Ground ball, base hit. Kawasaki's going to score. Melky Cabrera, another big hit.
You know, Buck, just a bluff could get that infield moving around. And it looked like Kawasaki might have bluffed, and that's why Castellanos was not in position to make that play.
We have seen Kawasaki do it often at first, but look at the third baseman. He was breaking toward third because Kawasaki had bluffed the break at second. You weren't going to run in that situation.
Nope, not at all.
Watch Kawasaki.
That's a fake, and there he goes, and it opens up the hole. And the Blue Jays are in business.
So Kawasaki scores. It's a one-run game. Coke is out. Bautista the batter. Albuquerque into the game. The Blue Jays. Something going here in the seventh. pitcher of the inning is the right-hander Al Albuquerque, who won the game here on Friday night in relief.
Benefactor of that big comeback by the Tigers in the 9th inning against Casey Jansen, trying to stop it right here.
Bautista just 0 for 1 against Albuquerque. Albuquerque is a slider specialist. He would throw a lot of sliders. Kawasaki scored the 4th Blue Jay run. It's a 5-4 ball game.
Maybe he knows that the Blue Jays might be looking for that breaking ball. Righty's hitting just over 200 this year against Albuquerque because of all those sliders. Bautista, 297 runners in scoring position this year.
There's a slider. It's now 2-1 to Bautista.
Unless it's a mistake, there is nothing going to be middle in. They're not even going to attempt to try to come inside to Jose Bautista. Everything is going to be away.
Jose has hit the ball hard twice today and has nothing to show for it. Not even close. You're right. Albuquerque doesn't want anything to do with Bautista. Juan Francisco has a bat on deck. Danny Valencia started and reached base all 3 times. Bautista went after that high breaking ball and pops him out of play. The Tigers have 3 lefties in their bullpen. Bill Koch in and out of the game. Now they have Blaine Hardy loosening up in their pen.
I'll tell you what, John Gibbons is making it tough on him. If Bautista reaches, he sends up Francisco there. Do you take out Albuquerque? You're short in your pen.
Yeah. No Soria for sure. They haven't replaced him. You've got to believe that Nathan is probably down, having thrown a lot of pitches in the first 2 games.
You've used Koch, Albuquerque. It's only the 7th inning.
There go the runners. Bautista strikes out to throw to third in time. The Blue Jays gamble. Strike him out, throw him out to end the inning. Albuquerque strikes out Bautista. Avila throws out Reyes. And the inning is over. A breaking ball. Bautista strikes out. Avila throws a strike to third. And the inning is over. acknowledge the Canadian Little League Championship. The winners, South Vancouver, went 4-1 over High Park Braves, and they will advance to the Little League World Series in Williamsport, Pennsylvania. And this has been a great culmination of an outstanding day at the ballpark on Canada Baseball Day. It's all presented by Honda, and congratulations to all you Little Leaguers from coast to coast. Hope you had a great time this summer playing Little League, and the South Vancouver team will represent Canada at the Little League World Series. Aaron Sanchez retired to side an order in the 7th. He will work to J.D. Martinez, the left fielder, and Martinez has had a 2-hit, 3 RBI day so far. Munenori Kawasaki pinch hit for Ryan Goins and came around to score the 4th run. He takes over defensively at second base.
Well, on top of throwing as hard as Aaron Sanchez does, he's got great movement. That fastball eating up right-handers inside.
99 miles an hour, and it's easy. Very smooth delivery, very good mechanics. Blue Jays have done a nice job with Sanchez and utilizing him out of the pen. He was a starter throughout most of the minor league season, and then right at the end of his time in Buffalo, they put him into the bullpen.
They had a plan.
Just got him into that routine of working out of the pen. No chance. J.D. Martinez strikes out.
The 2014 Honda Civic, Canada's best-selling car 16 years in a row, and the official vehicle of the Toronto Blue Jays.
Blue Jays trying to come back. They trailed at 1.5 to nothing. It is now a 5-4 Tiger lead. Nick Castellanos jumps on the first pitch and drives it into right field. It's the first base runner Sanchez has allowed since entering the game.
Castellanos has had a nice afternoon.
3 hits for the third baseman. Alex Avila has had a tough day. 0 for 3 with a couple of strikeouts. Ezekiel Carrera has come on to pinch run for Castellanos. He's an outfielder with good speed. Avila's average at 214. I'd like to get another ground ball off his bat right here. Top of the 8th inning, a 5-4 ball game.
That fastball movement will get you a double play. Also got the good curveball. Blue Jays have turned 95 double plays this year.
This is the 119th game the Blue Jays have played this season. Sanchez is set. Aaron Sanchez is 22 years old. This is his 5th professional season. Signed out of high school, coming out of Barstow, California.
Tell you what, looks like he's playing catch in the backyard, doesn't he? He is not intimidated by this surrounding at all.
He would fit into the Tigers' profile for starting pitchers. 6'4", 200 pounds. Long and lean.
Long and lean. He's still going to fill out in that body, too.
As a drive to left, Melky Cabrera shuffling to his right, makes the catch to them. John Gibbons has confidence in Sanchez. He brought him into this game when the Blue Jays were down 5-2. Said, you know what, let's hold him in check, and Sanchez can do that.
See if we can knock out David Price in this ball game and try and win it late like we did yesterday.
Danny Valencia may have had a lot to do with knocking Price out of the game, literally. He had 2 hits and a walk against Price, and his second hit was a line drive off the pitcher's knee. Price would come back to start the next inning, walked the leadoff man, and gave up a base hit to Colby Rasmus, and then was taken out of the game. I certainly hope that David Price didn't suffer an injury, but you got to believe getting hit really took him out of his rhythm a bit.
Yep, might have. He didn't look to be injured.
No.
Still throwing pretty hard.
He didn't even rub it when he got hit.
I love that. I love that about them. Remember in the olden days, they're like, don't rub it. Don't let them know that it hurts.
Absolutely.
Price
And that
it.
had to hurt. Yeah. It was so flush. There goes the runner. Navarro's throw to second is a good one, and he got him. Down and Navarro threw a strike and nailed the pinch runner, Carrera. Right on the money. That ends the inning. Sanchez 2 innings. What a good throw by Navarro. Right to Reyes. 5-4 game. Now it's time for Blue Jays Central Update. Here's Jamie Campbell. The break's on. Presented by Baseball Canada and Little League Canada. Toronto will be the site August 25th through the 27th, right here at Rogers Center. The instructors include Roberto Alomar, Orlando Hudson, Devon White, Frank Catalanato and Dwayne Ward. Visit BlueJays.com/Baseball Academy for more information. The Toronto Blue Jays are proud supporters of amateur baseball across Canada. Don Kelly takes over defensively as the third baseman. Castellanos was lifted in favor of the pinch runner. Rajay Davis moves from center to left field, and the pinch runner Ezequiel Carrera takes over in center. Pinch hitter into the ball game is Juan Francisco, batting for Danny Valencia in the fourth spot in the lineup.
Get the matchup that you want right here. Lefty, a power hitter, can tie it up with one swing.
Francisco popped up against Soria in a ninth inning situation, chance to win the ball game. In yesterday's game, he pops this one up back out of play. But he went after the first pitch from Soria. Kevin Seitzer told me today he had put the game plan in Francisco's head, saying he's going to throw you a first pitch fastball. So go up there and look for it, try to hit it to left field, and hit it hard. It was a sacrifice fly situation with bases loaded and one out. And Seitzer said he threw him a changeup, but I got to take responsibility for that.
That happens.
Breaking ball, Francisco strikes out. So the pinch hitter is down on strikes. Albuquerque using that great slider.
That's what you're going to get. He can do it to lefties and righties. This time it gets underneath the bat of Francisco out of the strike zone. It bounces. Good play by Avila to smother that one. Albuquerque can also give you multiple innings, and that's what they might be looking for from the right-hander.
Yonder Navarro homered his last time up. That got the Blue Jays on the board. He hit the home run off David Price on the first pitch he saw in the sixth inning. Valencia had a double, and on the next pitch, Navarro connected for a two-run home run. His ninth homer of the season. Pulled foul. Navarro homered, as we mentioned, in looking at whether or not he's had a multiple home run game. Gianner hit 3 home runs in a game last year for the Cubs against the White Sox. He hit a pair of home runs off of John Danks, batting as a right-handed hitter. And now he's caught looking at strike 3. David Price is the pitcher of record. He went 6 innings plus 2 batters. Gave up 5 hits, 4 earned runs. Walked 3, which ties his season high, and had 6 strikeouts. Another 100-pitch outing for David Price. That's 20 straight.
Longest in the major leagues right now.
Nolan Reimel has walked and struck out twice. Two and 0. Now 3 and 0. Anthony Gose has come out on deck. There's a strike. If Raimo can reach, Gose will bat for Tolleson. There's that great slider.
Yeah, you're going to get it. He is not afraid to throw it. 3-1, 3-2.
Albuquerque has 3 strikeouts since entering the game. Got a strikeout, throw him out double play to end the 7th, and has struck out 2 here in the 8th. Now it's 3. Albuquerque strikes out the side in the 8th, and we'll go to the 9th. It's a 5-4 Tiger lead. Start Monday night in Seattle. Drew Hutchison will open things up against King Felix. Felix Hernandez. Jay Happ will go to the mound on Tuesday. He'll be opposed by Chris Young, the big right-hander, and then R.A. Dickey goes up against the Mariners on Wednesday, and he'll face Musashi Iwakuma. And the Mariners, of course, are in the playoff hunt just like the Blue Jays, so another great series coming up. And it all starts tomorrow night from Seattle. And we want to see all you people from the West Coast down at Seattle to make it that hometown atmosphere. We always get a lot of great Blue Jay fans out there, and it's going to be another great series. Our first trip out west to Seattle.
They do such a great job of pouring into Seattle from British Columbia, Western Canada.
Andrew Romine, a shortstop, 1 for 3 with a double. It's the first time Sanchez has pitched more than 2 innings in the big leagues. He's had 4 2-inning outings. And you see Francisco at first base. Sanchez had thrown 24 pitches in his first 2 innings of work, so his pitch count was manageable. He threw 47 pitches his last time out against the Astros. Ground ball. Kawasaki to Francisco. Sanchez has faced the minimum through 2 1/3. He gave up a single to Nick Castellanos, and then the pinch runner Ezekiel Carrera tried to steal third and was thrown out by Navarro.
That was huge. Allow Sanchez to start the 9th inning with the number 9 batter.
Rajay Davis takes the first pitch strike. Rajay's gone 0 for 3 with a walk. Made a couple of nice defensive plays here this afternoon. He's taken away 2 hits from Jose Bautista, 1 against the wall in center, and a sliding catch coming in shallow center.
Electrifying, exciting player. It was a good sign by the Detroit Tigers this winter.
Zone at 97. That late movement catching the top of the strike zone.
AJ might not agree with that, but if he goes back and looks at pitch tracker, that's a strike. Watch where this ball is with the movement. It comes back in the strike zone. Third strikeout of the afternoon for Aaron Sanchez. You can see that number 4 right at the top of the strike zone.
Wally Joyner, the hitting coach, doesn't believe it. Remember that the manager, Brad Osmus, got thrown out in the 3rd inning for questioning the strike zone. Ian Kinsler has a double. Well, we just haven't seen any of the concerns about control from Sanchez.
No. Looks like he belongs. Just coming in and doing his thing right now. Another high strike. 98 miles an hour. As a hitter, you don't have a lot of time to look that one over.
Breaking ball pulled outside of 3rd. The difference that Sanchez is going to recognize is that you throw that breaking pitch in the minor leagues with 2 strikes and everybody waves at it. Up here, even though it was a good one, Kinsler was able to get wood on it. This time he pops him up. Tollison in foul ground. Inning is over. 3 up, 3 down for Sanchez in the 9th. His first 3-inning outing in the majors. Blue Jays are down by the run. Tollison scheduled to start things when we come back. Jabba Chamberlain coming in. Game. Jamie Thomas will bring you connected across 4 channels. Of course, the PGA wrapping up today. Rogers Cup tennis action also being finalized today. The Indians will wrap up their series against the Yankees, and the Cards and the Orioles. So lots to cover right after this ball game, and Jamie Thomas will break it all down for you. Jabba Chamberlain was the loser here yesterday. Came into pitch the 10th inning, gave up an infield single, and the RBI double. Faced 2 batters, didn't get an out.
Joakim Soria went out to the 10th inning, didn't throw a pitch, hurt his side. He was taken out, put on the disabled list. Jabba Chamberlain came in, threw a couple of pitches, and picked up his 5th loss of the season. Still a very good fastball, hard breaking ball for Jabba. Let's take a look at it, how it happened in yesterday's ball game. First batter he faced was Danny Valencia, and he was on via an infield hit, and then Nolan Reimold's going to bring him home with that double to left center field. Reimold's first walk-off hit for the Blue Jays.
Blue Jays tied it up in the bottom of the ninth. John Navarro had an RBI single to tie it at 2-2. Reimold's double won it in the 10th. Anthony Gose coming off the bench to pinch hit for Steve Tollison. Blue Jays have used 3 of their 4 bench players in this game. First pitch is outside. Base hit through the right side. Ghost gets it started in the 9th. Now for a preview of what's coming up next on Connected. Here's Jamie Thomas. Thank you, Jamie. I'll make sure you stay tuned for Connected right after this ball game. The Blue Jays have something to say about when you'll see that. Colby Rasmus at the plate goes with a pinch single to start it off. Anthony with his second pinch hit of the season, now 2 for 6 coming off the pine. Gose has 12 steals in 14 attempts.
He's definitely a threat to steal, but let's give Colby Rasmus a shot to try and win it.
Gose actually has 12 steals in 16 attempts. He's been caught 4 times.
Buehrle, the catcher, leads American League catchers in runners caught stealing this year with 28. They have run on him 80 times. Right now, wait for a batter here. Let's see what Colby Rasmus does.
He had a good rip and fouled it straight back.
Colby is a fly ball hitter. Doesn't bounce into a lot of double plays. He could win it with one swing of the bat.
Rasmus has hit into one double play this season. You're right. He's got that uppercut swing and puts the ball in the air.
If he doesn't do anything, if he can't advance the runner, then Kawasaki hits, then Gose could try and steal.
The Yankees are losing 4-0 in the bottom of the 9th to Cleveland. The Cardinals have a lead over the Orioles, top of the 7th, 4-3. Oh, 2 to Rasmus.
Tells me he might want to throw a breaking ball right here to Colby Rasmus. You see pitchers throw over like that. They're thinking about holding that guy close to first base because he wants to strike him out with a breaking ball. They can also go up with a fastball.
There goes Gose. There's the strikeout to throw to second in time. John Gibbons is going to challenge this call, and he doesn't even hesitate. He just waved at the second base umpire, Mike Everett, and said, I want to challenge that. And why not a bang-bang play at second?
Yeah, you're not going to wait around. You're going to go ahead and take a look at it. Again, Avila, 28 runners caught stealing this year, most in the American League.
Boy, that is close. I'll tell you what, Austin Romine Andrew Romine got the perfect position. He's in front of the bag, takes the glove straight to the base runner and puts the tag on him. The crowd reacting to the replay on the Jumbotron.
They might change this one.
You think?
I mean, it is really close. Let's see if this one will give us a definitive look when the tag was made and where the hand was.
Boy, I tell you what, I agree with you. It looked like he might have his hand on the bag. This one's not going to show you the glove making contact to Ghosts.
There's the hand on. The crowd is trying to cheer on the umpires to change it.
That's the best angle.
When does he tag him? His
Boy.
foot is right in the way. Is he tagging him there?
It's really close. You can't tell. So when it's inconclusive, it's difficult to overturn a call on the field.
The hand looks like it's on the bag right there before he tagged him. Right there, it looks like the hand's on the bag.
It would be the second strike him out, throw him out of this ball game that the Tigers have pulled off. Of course, the crowd, very biased.
Yeah.
They can see it clearly. Of course he was safe.
All the guys in the blue, the Blue Jay blue, were saying he was safe. Tried to influence the umpires. It's a big call. This is a big call right now, and they've got their answer.
Called him safe. Wow. The Blue Jays get a break. So Ghost will get into scoring position, and he represents the tying runner.
Tell you what, there's been some great baseball games this weekend. This has been a lot of fun.
The Blue Jays trying to tie it up in the ninth. They had a walk-off win yesterday. Munenori Kawasaki. First pitch strike. The Blue Jays have to tie it up first, but they haven't had consecutive walk-off wins since 2006. Strike two.
Outfield is very shallow with Kawasaki at the plate. You can see how shallow they are. That's Rajai Davis in left and Carrera in center, Hunter in right.
Little flare to left field. Davis is shallow and he makes the catch. Kawasaki put it in play, but the defense was set up perfectly.
That's why you have the scatter reports right there. They're shallow to take away those little hits by Kawasaki. And Rajai Davis does it again. Gets a good break. This ball looks like it's falling. But Rajai catches it about chest high for the second out.
Jose Reyes had an RBI single in the seventh. Reyes has home run power. He's got 8 home runs this season.
And he has been, remember, aggressive early in the count.
Got a home run cut at that hard breaking ball.
That's why Chamberlain Java went to that slider.
The Yankees have lost 4-1.
Tell you what, Reyes, if he can hit a line drive into the gaps, he can run for days.
Boy, they're still shallow.
Yes.
Look how shallow they are. It's almost like they forgot Kawasaki's not up anymore.
So if he could split Hunter, the right fielder, Carrera, the center fielder, that's a triple for Reyes.
He can hit it over their head. There's a line drive, base hit into center. Here comes Ghost. They throw to the plate, not in time.
Chamberlain shook off Buehrle a couple of times, called him out there, went to the pitch that he wanted, and Reyes smacked it into center field to tie it up. Breaking ball. Hanger. Base hit.
Melky Cabrera, a 2-hit game.
How about the reverse at second base on the stolen base by Ghost? He's going to score easily with his speed, and the bench is into it.
Melky with 2 hits. He had an RBI single in the 7th. Aaron Sanchez has pitched 3 innings for the first time in his big league career. Bautista would be next. Balls and a strike. Jose Reyes has tied it up in the 9th.
Start the runner here. Get a head start.
Not running. Foul out play.
Let's start him now. 3-2, 2 outs.
Miguel Cabrera came in to get the catcher's attention so he could let Chamberlain know that he was going to play behind Reyes. Reyes will be off on the pitch. There he goes. Ball 4. The winning run is at second. The bullpen for the Tigers has been a concern all season long. Bautista. Jeff Jones, a pitching coach, out to the mound. Jabba Chamberlain did not record an out in his outing yesterday. He gave up an infield single and a game-winning double. Took the loss. Anthony Ghost got it started with a pinch hit single. He came around to score the tying run on the 2-out base hit by Reyes.
Reyes got the breaking ball up, rips it into center field. Ghost is going to score easily, and Reyes, he's an excitable guy.
Bautista takes one down and away. Jose has gone 0 for 4, but he's hit the ball hard twice. The outfield has really shortened up once again. Davis in left, Cabrera in center, Hunter in right. And now they're going to put him on. How about this? They're walking Bautista with 2 outs to load the bases and pitch to Francisco.
I agree. Why even give the Blue Jays most productive hitter in their lineup a chance when he's ahead of the count? Now Juan Francisco has got to be patient. Last time he struck out on a ball that was in the dirt.
Francisco struck out as a pinch hitter in the 8th. That was against Albuquerque. The winning run is at third base. Chamberlain throws balls in the dirt on his breaking ball. 2 outs. 5-5 game. Ooh. Chamberlain hung a breaking ball and Francisco hammered it. Look at Reyes encouraging him. The Blue Jays haven't had consecutive walk-off wins since 2006. That's the pitch he's got to lay off of.
You're right. That's where they're going to go to try and get him out. That slider down and in. He should look for something out over the plate. They discipline him up to stay off that pitch. It's not a strike.
Dropped that breaking ball in for strike 2. Bases loaded. 2 outs, a 1-2 count to Francisco. Well, he almost balked. He almost rocked into his set position and then stepped off. He and Avila have not been able to get their heads together in this inning.
Pulled out Avila right before the base hit by Reyes. Has a plan of how he wants to get him out.
It's an interesting situation. There's nobody on deck. 2 outs, tie game. Bases loaded. They're either going to win it or go to extra innings. Two and 2. Aaron Sanchez is the pitcher of record. Got a piece of it, got the breaking ball.
And it was out away from him. Look for that one out there.
Everybody making a contribution here today. Anthony Gose with a big pinch hit single to start the inning. Stolen base, scored the tying run. Almost got away from Buehrle. It's a full count. No place to put him. The base runners have to get a good jump to eliminate the chance of a force out.
Any force outs, and Reyes can't run right up the bat of Francisco. He just needs to peel off right here.
Struck him out. Jabba Chamberlain strikes out Francisco to leave the bases loaded. But Reyes, with a 2-out base hit, has tied it, and it will go to extra innings. Brett Cecil into the game. On your smartphone. Visit RogersAnyPlaceTV.com/sports to get started. And boy, if you had Rogers Anyplace TV the last couple of days, you can watch it anywhere. And I'll tell you what, they've been some great games.
Great games for both teams, putting on a show. Great for the fans. Brett Cecil now to start the 10th inning for the Blue Jays. He's 0-3 with a 4.04 earned run average. He picked up the hold in Friday's game against the Tigers. That's his 18th, which is tied for 4th in the American League. Got to be able to use that breaking ball here as he's going to go right down the middle of their lineup.
Jose Bautista moves in from right field to play first base. Francisco moves over to third base, and Anthony Gose enters the game as a pinch hitter, takes over in right field. Cecil throws a first pitch strike. It's fouled off the foot of Miguel Cabrera. Brett Cecil's inning of work on Friday night was his best in a while. He retired Cabrera, Martinez, and Hunter in order and struck out Torrey Hunter.
Got to be able to throw that breaking ball over for a strike.
Miguel Cabrera now 0 for 5 against Brett Cecil.
There's the breaking ball right there. Curveball, he can also cut his fastball if he wants to.
What a pitch. Cecil with a big strikeout to start the inning.
When he's using that breaking ball effectively, he'll pick up the strikeouts. He's averaging 11 strikeouts per 9 innings. 2 strikes, drops it right in front of Cabrera.
Aaron Sanchez went 3 innings, allowed 1 hit, didn't walk a batter, and struck out 3. His longest outing in the big leagues. First pitch, strike to Victor Martinez. Martinez is 1 for 3. He had an intentional walk in the 4th. Four for 19 for the switch hitter. Martinez against Cecil. Oh, he had a good rip. 1-2. Cecil ahead.
Martinez will be thinking up there. Try to think right along with that pitcher. If he's sitting on a breaking ball, he can hit that too. You want to pitch backwards against Victor Martinez. Play fastballs and breaking ball counts.
Johnny Navarro waits to call for the breaking ball. 1-2. Hit hard, but right to Reyes. Takes his time. 2 down. Boy, for a second consecutive outing, Cecil has retired Cabrera and Victor Martinez. Now Torrey Hunter will bat. Hunter struck out against Cecil on Friday. Torrey Hunter singled in his first at bat. He has since gone 0 for 3. He's 1 for 4 on the afternoon.
That was on a breaking ball. He struck him out with a breaking ball. He's going to be ready to hit that first fastball he sees.
Two and 0. Blue Jays bullpen has been terrific. Todd Redmond 2 1/3. He allowed 1 hit, no runs. Aaron Sanchez 3 innings, 1 hit, no runs. And now Cecil drops that hook in there for a strike. Mark Buehrle gave up 5 runs in 3 1/3. Only 2 were earned runs. Aaron Sanchez, his longest outing to date in the major leagues. 3 innings, didn't walk a batter, struck out 3, and threw 37 pitches. And that has been consistent since he's come up. Just over 12 pitches per inning. That's his average since he's joined the Blue Jays.
That's why they were able to stretch him out to 3 innings, just the 1 base hit.
Ground ball through the middle, base hit for Torrey Hunter. He picks up his second hit of the afternoon, a 2-out single. Brett Cecil now will work to Don Kelly, who came into the game as a defensive replacement in the 8th, batting in the spot of J.D. Martinez. Blaine Hardy is ready in their bullpen. Jabba Chamberlain in 1 inning threw 28 pitches. It appears as though Chamberlain will be out of the game. Kelly Went too far on that breaking ball. Again, he went too far. The appeal to third is denied. Henry Johnson didn't feel like he went around.
Kelly slowed his bat up a little bit that time. He was sitting all over a fastball on that 1-0 pitch. Held up there.
Inside, it's 3 balls and a strike. It's a 5-5 game. Ezekiel Carrera entered the game as a pinch runner. Moved into center field, and he is on deck. There's a strike with the fastball. It's a full count. So Bautista is at first base now. He asked whether or not he should hold one hunter on, and he moves back to the bag. They're going to make sure he doesn't get a great jump.
That's the right call right there. Yeah, left-handed batter up. Not really a pull hitter. And Kelly, a left-handed pitcher, you hold him on that bag.
Kelly strikes out. 2 strikeouts in the inning for Brett Cecil. We'll go to the bottom of the 10th. It's a 5-5 game. Blaine Hardy, the left-hander, into the game. Been a great weekend of baseball. Blue Jays lost a tough one on Friday night. Came back and won in extra innings on Saturday afternoon, and now they're playing in the 10th in a 5-5 game. 2 sellouts over the weekend. Today, 46,126 in Blaine Hardy. Your left-hander will pitch the bottom of the 10th.
Hardy came in on Friday's game. He picked up Anibal Sanchez when he was taken out of the ballgame. Left-hander has now been in 20 games this year. He threw an inning and 2/3 against the Blue Jays on Friday. Showed a good fastball, very good curveball and changeup are his out pitches. He will face Deoner Navarro, who got the scoring started for the Blue Jays against David Price.
Navarro hit a 2-run home run off David Price, and that got the Blue Jays back in the ball game. Tigers had a 5-0 lead going to the bottom of the 6th. The 2-run home run made it a 5-2 game. They added 2 in the 7th to make it 5-4 and tied it up in the 9th. Jose Reyes with a 2-out single tied it up. Navarro, Reimold, and Gose, the scheduled batters. There's a base hit to left field. John Navarro, his second hit of the afternoon.
Really no chance to pinch run right here. Nope, they are going to pinch run.
Marcus Stroman. They had him ready to pinch run 2 nights ago. And he will take over as a pinch runner. We have seen this before with Stroman. They have used both Stroman and Hutchison as pinch runners. Both Stroman and Hutchison have been position players in their amateur careers, so they're not lost. Stroman at first, Nolan Reimold. He won it yesterday in the 10th.
Of course you got to throw over, don't you?
See if he knows how to get back.
He's not going anywhere, first of all. Don't get tagged on a ground ball to the second baseman. Watch the line drive, score on a double.
Reimold hit a double off Javit Chamberlain in the 10th with nobody out to win it yesterday. We talk about the Blue Jays showing a lot of character. They've done it once again today. Up against David Price, who had not lost a game in this ballpark. Down 5-0. They tied it up.
Think about how they lost Friday night's game. That was a crusher. With the lead in the 9th inning, they came back to just take one yesterday. Showed some resiliency, and they're doing it again this afternoon.
Ball and a strike to Reimold. He thought about it and checked his swing.
Change up. Change up and an overhand curveball. That's what you're going to get from Lane Hardy, the lefty.
Fouls it out of play.
Had a pitch to hit right there. It looked like Nolan was on that curveball. He saw it right out of his hand.
Reimold for the season is at .308 against lefties. .263 against right-handed pitching. Boy, he had a good rip. Reimold had a game-winning home run on Thursday down in Houston. Had a home run off Chad Qualls. It was his second home run of the game. Strikes out, pitch up and away. One down. Reimold has struck out 4 times today. Anthony Gose had a pinch hit single in the 9th, stole second, and scored the tying run on the base hit by Reyes. Breaking ball for a strike. Another breaking ball. This one stayed inside. Blaine Hardy is the 4th reliever to work. Albuquerque followed Cope. Jabba Chamberlain pitched an inning.
Slider right there. Again, they only have 6 relievers this afternoon.
They placed 2 pitchers on a disabled list, Joaquin Soria and Aníbal Sanchez, and they have not replaced them. Goes, fights it off and stays alive. Guess it was a reasonable gamble given the track record of David Price and his ability to pitch 8 innings.
That you could get by with 6 relievers. Joe Nathan's worked the last couple of days. But the Jays did a good job early in this game of making David Price work.
Price had a 29-pitch first inning, and the Blue Jays worked him over. They couldn't cash in, but they made him throw 29 pitches in that first frame.
19 more in the second.
One and 2 to go. Broken bat. Cabrera goes to second for 1. Back to first. Double play. Miguel Cabrera very patiently fielded the ball, made a good throw to second, and return throw for the double play. We'll go to the 11th. Boston Pizza, Saturday, August 23rd. The Blue Jays will take on the Tampa Bay Rays. It's a 107 start. There are special kids price tickets in the 200 and 500 level outfield seats. After the game, kids 14 and under can run the bases just like the pros. Call the Blue Jays at 416-341-1234 or log online at BlueJays.com and order your tickets for the next Junior Jays Saturday. Lots of kids on hand, lots of fans here today. Another sellout crowd, the 10th sellout of the season for the Blue Jays. The Yankees have lost this afternoon. They lost 4-1 in New York to Cleveland. Hiroki Kuroda taking the loss. Josh Tolley into the game defensively after Navarro was lifted for the pinch runner. Eugenio Suarez, the young shortstop, is pinch hitting here in this situation.
Josh Tolley now in the ballgame. The Blue Jays have used all of their extra men. Suarez into the game. Only Brian Holiday is left for the Tigers.
Suarez waves at that breaking ball. He's behind 0-2. Suarez had the game-winning home run on Friday night. A deep home run to center field off of Casey Jansen. He went back-to-back with Nick Castellanos. Castellanos hit the 2-run homer. Suarez hit the solo shot.
Showing some pop right there. So you're going to have to keep the ball down. Breaking ball's been good for Cecil. He struck out 2 in his first inning of work.
There it is, pulled foul outside of third. Both teams doing a lot of shuffling defensively as we are playing into the 11th inning. Suarez strikes out. Totally tags him for the out. Third strikeout for Cecil since entering the game.
Another one on a breaking ball. When you see a guy take the half swing that Suarez did his first pitch, you got to go right back to it to finish him off. And he does.
Catcher Alex Avila. He's gone 0 for 4 this afternoon. Curveball. Cecil finally got his curveball back. They made some minor adjustments with his set position. He was flying open a little bit, but boy, since they've made that adjustment, that curveball has been good again.
And they talked about pitch selection also with Brett, wanting to use that breaking ball a little bit more. It's a good one.
Strike 2. Fly ball hit deep to left center. Rasmus on the run. This ball is off the wall. Avila headed for second, and he slides in safely ahead of the throw. An opposite field 1-out double for Avila, his 19th double of the season.
Showing some opposite field power right there. Third time they went to the breaking ball in a row, and this one he hung up. Avila saw this one. Look where it is, right in that sweet spot of his swing. Takes it the other way and bangs it off the wall.
Avila with the opposite field double. Comes with 1 out, and he has knocked Brett Cecil out of the game. Cecil is out. Dustin McGowan coming in. Dustin McGowan into the ballgame in relief of Brett Cecil. McGowan, powerful right-hander, coming in to pitch with one out and a man at second.
They need strikeouts, and this is why you load up your bullpen with big, powerful arms. You need strikeouts in these situations. Late in games, runners on base. McGowan, there are his numbers, averaging 7 strikeouts per 9 innings. His fastball has been very good, and his cut fastball has been very good. Brian Holiday, during the break, came in to pinch run for Alex Avila at second base.
So now both teams have used all of their position players, and the Blue Jays have used a pitcher as a pinch runner. Andrew Romine, the shortstop, batting left-handed against McGowan. First pitch, strike. Romine had a double in the 4th inning. Out in front, 0-2
right there. McGowan's been throwing quality pitches. He also pitched a couple of nights ago here against the Tigers. He got a hold in that game on Friday.
Off the plate, 1-2. Both Cecil and McGowan were very good in that game on Friday. McGowan retired the 3 batters he faced. Brett Cecil gave up the 1-out double to Avila. Brian Holiday is the pinch runner at second. Cut out and missed. Romine strikes out. Bertoli out to talk with McGowan. We've just been given some interesting news down in Durham. Buffalo playing in Durham today. Daniel Norris is making his first start in AAA. So far, he's pitched 4 innings, allowed 2 hits, hasn't walked a batter, and struck out 7.
Whoa.
21-year-old left-hander who was 9-1 in AA and A-ball and AA. Now he has made his first start in AAA. Rajay Davis fouls the first pitch off the umpire, Bill Miller. And Miller got rocked pretty good. Hit him on that right shoulder. Josh Thole extending the courtesy that umpires extend to catchers. Watch the foul ball.
Off the glove and then right
off the arm.
The bicep there. Exposed by the home plate umpire.
They have to set up in that slot trying to get a look at the strike zone, and oftentimes they are exposed. You can see him trying to get the feeling back in that right arm. McGowan got Davis to ground out in the 7th inning on Friday night. Lays off that high breaking ball. The Blue Jays bullpen today has worked 7 1/3 of scoreless relief. Todd Redmond got it going. He was good over 2 2/3. Sanchez, his longest outing of his young career, 3 innings of 1-hit shutout ball. Cecil pitched an inning and a third.
Just 4 hits given up by the bullpen this afternoon and just 2 walks. That's when teams have all their big innings, when you combine those hits and those walks.
Ball 3. Ian Kinsler waits on deck, the second baseman. Gene Lamont, the acting manager, Brad Osmus, was thrown out way back in the 3rd inning for arguing balls and strikes with the home plate umpire. There's a pop-up. Should be playable. Francisco moves into foul ground. He's got room. The inning is over. So Dustin McGowan strands an inherited base runner. He leaves a runner at second. We'll go to the bottom of the 11th. Colby Erasmus, Kawasaki, and Reyes. Anthony Gose came on as a pinch hitter and singled through the right side. Then he would steal second base, but he's called out. They went to review, and Gose was called safe, and that set the table for Reyes.
Clutch 2-out base hit off a job of Chamberlain that tied it up. The Blue Jays would then get 2 more walks to load the bases, but not score. Reyes getting fired up, and that's where we are right now. Bottom of the 11th inning. What a 9th inning that was.
Brian Holiday entered the game as a pinch runner for the catcher, Alex Avila. He takes over behind the plate. Holiday caught yesterday. Eugenio Suarez takes over defensively at third base. Don Kelly moves to left field, and Rajai Davis is back to center. Blaine Hardy, their second inning of relief. He came in and gave up a leadoff single to Deanna Navarro, but he was erased on a double play. Hardy worked an inning and 2/3 on Friday night. Gave up 2 hits. The Blue Jays had a walk-off win yesterday afternoon. They won it in the bottom of the 10th on a Nolan Reimold double. They have not had back-to-back walk-off wins since 2006. This is a little flare down the left side. Long run for Don Kelly. That's a foul ball. Just barely foul.
Boy, he had a long way to go. The outfielders are going to play deep because they don't want any ball over their head for extra bases. Not when the winning run is at the plate. So Kelly's got to come a long way. The ball kept twisting and turning away from him. But no chance to catch that one. It's clearly foul. Good effort.
Rasmus strikes out. One down here in the 11th. Munenori Kawasaki into the game as a pinch hitter in the 7th. He reached on a fielder's choice and scored the 4th Blue Jay run. That made it a 5-4 game. He lined out to the left fielder in the 9th. The 2nd out of the inning.
Looked like it might have dropped in there, but Rajai Davis got a great jump. And now he's got a battle right here.
Off the plate. 1-2. Hardy is the 4th Tigers reliever to pitch. Jabba Chamberlain gave up the tying run in the 9th. A run on 2 hits.
Basically a relief pitcher in the minor leagues. Already came over after being released by Kansas City last spring training. He started 9 games for the Tigers AAA team last year, 6 more this year. Now he's pitching out of the bullpen.
Kawasaki hits it to center. Davis is shallow and he makes the catch. 2 down. So Jose Reyes will come to the plate with nobody on and 2 outs. Reyes has had a couple of RBI singles. Big hit, of course, came with 2 outs in the 9th. He drove in Anthony Gose from second base with a single to center off Jabba Chamberlain. There's a drive to left. Don Kelly is over. He makes the catch and will go to the 12th. 3 up, 3 down for Hardy here in the 11th. Is coming to Canada in the new WWE NetPack subscription service. Relive epic WWE moments with hours of on-demand content and every live pay-per-view, including SummerSlam. Free previews begin Tuesday on Rogers Channel 512. Call your local service provider for more details or visit WWE.com for more information. The Blue Jays bullpen has been outstanding today, and they battled tough. Went 7 2/3 to this point. Just 4 hits allowed, no earned runs. They walked 2 and struck out 9. They have kept the Tigers at bay and allowed the offense to come back and tie it up late.
Against a really good pitcher in David Price. And that's exactly what they did. Look at all the zeros starting in the 4th inning for the Tigers. That's the Blue Jays bullpen.
Todd Redmond got it going. He put up the first 0, and the Blue Jays bullpen took it from there. Ian Kinsler batting in the 2 spot. Goes after that first pitch.
3rd time this year that the Blue Jays are playing 12 innings.
Jays played a 12-inning game here against Oakland. They've also had a 12-inning game against the Baltimore Orioles. That was April 12th. That was in Baltimore.
Yeah, they lost that game 2-1 on a David Lowe walk-off, and the other one was 1-0. That was in Oakland. The Nick Punto double into the corner. 1-0. They lost that one. So, chance to win this one at home.
There's a drive to left, but that's going to stay in the ballpark. Melky Cabrera is there. 1 down. The Blue Jays lost that 1-0 game on the 4th of July in Oakland. Kinsler's retired. Miguel Cabrera. 2 for 5. He had a couple of singles in his first 2 at-bats. Has gone 0 for 3 since. I heard Bill Miller ask if Chad Fairchild felt he swung, and Fairchild at first said no.
How about the umpires here? We've been at it over 4 hours. They haven't had a break. They're still on top of their game, aren't they?
They don't get a half inning off, that's for sure. Bill Miller took a shot in the right arm on a foul tip, and you forget about the umpires. Well, teams get to go in and sit down every half inning. Not the case for the umpires.
No, get a drink of water, kind of relax a little bit. They've been after it. They've had some big calls today, too.
The fly ball to left. Cabrera has plenty of room. Melky makes the catch. Well, the Tigers have a 1.5 game lead over Kansas City. And the Royals are hard charging. They have a 7-4 lead in the top of the 9th in Kansas City. There you see the Royals just a 1.5 games back. Indians 6 back. The Indians won today to move to 500 at 59-59. Kansas City, as we mentioned, they're in the top of the 9th. They have a 7-4 lead, and Greg Holland is into the game, their closer.
Yeah, that's Holland territory, and it's probably over with that guy on the mound. He's one of the best. So the Blue Jays have got to do their thing here.
Kansas City jumped on Tim Lincecum. He gave up 6 runs on 7 hits in 3 1/3. Kansas City scoring some runs right now. Victor Martinez, after a quick visit by the pitching coach to the mound. 2 outs. Yeah, I think this is a, hey, don't let this guy hurt you. 2 outs, nobody on. Stay away from him.
23 home runs for Victor Martinez this season. If you're walking, nobody hurt.
You see Josh Tolley set up down and away, just trying to get McGowan to throw that fastball away.
This is where his power is, Victor's. From the left side. 14 of those 23 home runs have come from the left side. Just keep it away from him. Make him reach for the ball.
Probably got a little bit more of the plate than they wanted with that pitch. 2 balls and a strike, 2 outs. 12th inning of a 5-5 game. Now it's 2-2.
Tough to get hurt when you throw like that, down and away. Can't get the ball in the air. Can't pull it for a home run.
Two balls, two strikes, two outs. Another pitch covered by Martinez. That's a tough pitch to get a bat on the ball. It's a situation where you say, okay, now it's time to bust him in, but you can't do that.
I'd be too afraid.
Yeah. You can't make a mistake on the inner half to a guy that can hit it out of the ballpark.
Just keep throwing the ball away. Stay away. If he happens to walk or bloop a single to left field, you're okay. That looks like a changeup.
Dolly wanted it inside. It's a changeup, and Josh couldn't close the glove on it. Fouled into the glove of the catcher, but it popped out. Josh Tolley came into the game in the 11th after Marcus Stroman pinch ran for Deanna Navarro in the bottom of the 10th. Took a shot inside and missed upstairs. Torrey Hunter waits on deck. Torrey's had a 2-hit game. Martinez will take ball 4. And that's not a bad thing. I think that was the message that Pete Walker took to the mound.
Yeah, he came into this game tied with 10 RBIs in the month of August in the American League. You don't want him beating you. So if you walk him, you know where he is.
Torrey Hunter facing Dustin McGowan with 2 outs. Upstairs. Gibbons on the phone to Bob Stanley in the Blue Jays bullpen.
He's thinking if McGowan is getting tired and he ends up walking this guy where it looks like a lot of pitches are up, you got a lefty on deck, Aaron Loop's going to be in the ball game.
Don Kelly is on deck. Breaking ball in there for strike 1. It's 2 balls and a strike. Tigers had a 5-0 lead. David Price was rolling along. There's a good slider. Late break.
In a good spot. Breaking ball and a fastball count.
Breaking ball up the middle, through for a base hit. Martinez stops at second. Torrey Hunter with a 3-hit game. And John Gibbons has made the call for the left-hander. Remember, both teams have exhausted their bench. All the position players have been used to this point. Don Kelly is the scheduled batter. So Aaron Loup will come out of the bullpen to face the left-hander. 2 on, 2 outs. Loup to face Kelly. Little guy has had a long day here on Canada Baseball Day. It has been a good game, and it looked like the Blue Jays were going to lose another game at the hands of David Price, but they stormed back to tie it up in the ninth. Aaron Loup into the game. Loup threw 16 pitches, picking up the win yesterday. There was the first pitch breaking ball to Don Kelly.
And he has been very good against the lefties. John Gibbons saw this situation coming up. He got Loup ready. They're just 1 for their last 22 against Loup.
Victor Martinez with a big secondary lead at second base. First and second, Martinez walked with 2 outs. Hunter singled. Loup is the 5th Blue Jays reliever to work today. There's a strike. It's 2-1. Blue Jays still have Casey Janssen and Chad Jenkins. Jenkins, of course, can give you some length. Strike 2.
Nasty on lefties right there.
Crossfire fastball.
Yep. Can't give up on us. He can paint that outside corner against you. He's pitched 10 2/3 innings in his career versus the Tigers. He's had 9 strikeouts.
Little dribbler up the first baseline. Bautista will tag Kelly to end the inning. Luke does his job. Strands a pair. We'll go to the bottom of the 12th in a 5-5 game. Melky Cabrera, Jose Bautista, Juan Francisco. Sunday, August 24th, and the Blue Jays take on the Tampa Bay Rays. Game time is 1:07 p.m. The first 20,000 fans will receive a Mark Buehrle bobblehead. Call the Jays at 416-341-1234 or log online at BlueJays.com to order your tickets for the Mark Buehrle bobblehead day. Bottom of the 12th inning in a 5-5 game. Blue Jays can pick up a full game on the Orioles and the Yankees, as both of those teams have already lost this afternoon. Melky Cabrera just gets better and better. Another 3-hit day for Cabrera.
He is amazing. He got a couple of pitches, fell behind, 2 strikes. They tried to slip a fastball by, but Melky from the right side is waiting. Trying to freeze him up, not going to happen. Melky, short swing, drives it between Suarez and Romine for a leadoff hit.
Bautista grounded out to shortstop against Hardy on Friday night. Oh, he's loaded up on that back leg, isn't he?
Looking for extra bases. The outfielders are deep now.
Two and 0. Like a high changeup. They're the outfielders. They're playing no doubles and playing deep to cut the ball off in the alleys. Bautista pops it up to left. He got a high pitch to hit and got underneath it. 1 down.
Looked like he came out of his swing. Something that we haven't seen from Bautista all year long. Like he wanted to do something dramatic. Maybe a ball. And he flies out.
It really didn't look like that bad a pitch, but the follow through was kind of awkward. That's what made it look so difficult, but he got underneath it and flies out. First out of the inning. Francisco has struck out twice in his only 2 at bats. He entered the game in the 8th inning as a pinch hitter, batting for Danny Valencia. That ball is off the glove. There goes Cabrera, second base, and he'll get there. The winning run is in scoring position.
Probably going to be a pass ball on the catcher. Holiday looked like he had it. Fastball. Clanked it off his glove. In and out. Melky Cabrera alertly gets into scoring position.
It is a pass ball charged to Holiday. Francisco's had a couple of big at bats and he struck out both times. Gets a 3rd chance here. For Melky Cabrera, that's his 12th 3-hit game of the season. He is tied for 2nd in the American League with Michael Brantley of Cleveland. Altuve, he's ahead of Cabrera in everything. He has 18 3-hit games this season. Two balls and a strike. Inside. Boy, you can see Francisco's really fighting to stay closed.
Stay closed on that breaking ball. There's Josh Tolley, who is on deck, just so you don't open up too quickly. There's a huge gap in left center field.
Ball 4. Francisco walks, so Josh Tolley will come to the plate. Tolley entered the game defensively in the 11th. Jeff Jones out to give Hardy a little scouting report on Tolley, who has not had an at bat. All three of these games have been tight. Blue Jays lost a heartbreaker on Friday night, lost 5-4. They had a 4-2 lead going into the top of the ninth. They won in extras yesterday. Jones delivered the message to Blaine Hardy. Josh Tolley is 10 for 30 against left-handed pitching, a .333 average.
And he'll have that same approach. Keep the front shoulder in. You can dump a ball into left field for a game winner.
Melky Cabrera at second base, a terrific base runner. And he'll read the ball off the bat. Tolley drives it to left field. Kelly back. He is there and makes the catch. Josh Tolley hit it hard.
He did everything right. He just couldn't get the ball over the left fielder's head. Looked like it was going to be a game winner.
Here's an interesting situation for the Tigers. Nolan Reimold, he has struck out 4 times today. He has walked, and boy, if you talk about a guy that would love to come through right here, it's Reimold.
He'll forget about all about those 4 strikeouts with a game winner.
Up and away. First time in his career, Reimold has struck out 4 times. Tried to check and fouled it off. Had the game winner here yesterday afternoon. Had a game-winning home run in Houston. One of 2 home runs he hit against the Astros.
It's getting tough to hit right now with the shadows starting to creep across the field. So if you see it, let it go. Get yourself into a fastball count. There are the shadows.
This is my favorite time to hit. Batting practice. I was great at 540. Cut on and missed. Poked in the air to right. Torrey Hunter back. We're going to go to the lucky 13th inning. 5-5. Casey Jansen into the game. Festival is presented by Bacardi. The next Friday Fan Festival will take place Friday, August 22nd, when the Blue Jays take on the Tampa Bay Rays. Game time is 7:07 p.m. Come on down to Rogers Center early and check out the pre-game festivities happening outside gate number 10. Blue Jays alumni Dwayne Ward and Rance Mullinax will be signing autographs from 5:30 p.m. to 6:30 p.m. Call the Blue Jays at 416-341-1234. Log online at bluejays.com and order your tickets for the next Friday Fan Festival. Casey Jansen works to Eugenio Suarez. He goes after the first pitch and pops out to Gosen right. Jansen, a tough luck loser on Friday night, picked up his first loss of the season. He gave up 3 runs on 4 hits in just 2/3 of an inning.
And that was the guy who got him. Suarez homered against Casey.
Brian Holiday entered the game as a pinch runner in the 11th. Jansen giving up 2 home runs on Friday night. He had gone 224 appearances without giving up multiple home runs in a game. All the way back to July of 2010. Aaron Loup faced just 1 batter, but he was able to strand a pair of base runners. Loup had pitched in 3 straight games, so he is in and out. Jansen thought it was strike 3. Well, he has got his down and away locked in tonight.
Yeah, that was the problem that he had the other night. The curveball was rolling. His cutter didn't have that break to it that we have seen in the past. And he wasn't throwing very good quality pitches. And right now, down and away to the right, he looks pretty good.
Andrew Romine will be next. It's a fly ball over near the seats down the right field line. That's going to be out of play. Patrick McCoy is loosening up, one of the 3 left-handers they have in their pen. Koch has pitched. Blaine Hardy is in the game. A lot of crossouts on that scorecard, and Holiday takes the walk. A 1-out walk here in the 13th. The Tigers will go play the Pirates in Pittsburgh after this game. They will play a short 2-game series in Pittsburgh and then return to Detroit to play the Pirates at home. Andrew Romine takes the first pitch outside. The Tigers are in the midst of a long road trip. They played 4 in New York and lost 3 of 4. They've split the first 2 games here against the Blue Jays, and then they'll play 2 more games in Pittsburgh on Monday and Tuesday. There goes the runner. The hit and run is on, and Romine rips it foul. Why not gamble here? You've been waiting for a big hit all day long, and they get a 1-out walk. Why not take advantage?
You got to do something. They have not scored since the 4th inning. Lots of zeros put up there. 8 by the Blue Jays. So with 1 out, they play hit and run.
There he goes again. Hit and runs on again, and this ball is hit into the gap. Melky Cabrera makes a terrific play. Throw to second base, and they've got the runner hung up. Bautista, now they have the runner Romine in a rundown. And Bautista couldn't tag him. And Bautista points to the dugout, and here comes John Gibbons. Mike Everett, the umpire at second base, called Romine safe as Bautista dove and tried to tag him. And Everett says, "Oh, I know, John. I'll go over here and we'll review this one too." What a play by Cabrera.
Yeah, to go up and get that ball. If it goes over his head, the Tigers have a run, but he gets up, gets it in, and now Bautista's keeping an eye on that runner at third base. He says he tagged him on the leg. Romine says, no, this might be a definitive shot right here from center field. He puts the ball in his glove, goes out to tag him. He's on it now.
Well, it's difficult to tell from that angle. You couldn't see if he made contact. Blue Jays had a big play on the field overturned back in the ninth inning. Colby Rasmus at the plate. Anthony Gose took off for second. Rasmus struck out. Gose was called out at second. They went to review and overturned it, and Gose would eventually score the tying run.
Scored on the base hit by Reyes. If he's out, the game would be over. And this is a big call here. It's either second and third, one out, or runner at third with 2 outs.
Oh, he tagged him. He definitely tagged him.
Definitely tagged him, but when?
This looks like the Kelly Gruber play in the World Series.
Shades of the triple play.
Mike Everett, the umpire, trying to get a definitive look. Reyes kind of got in his way.
There's the tag.
Yeah. It looked like he tagged him before Romine reached second. That's the best angle we have seen. And both teams have shuffled all their defensive players all over the field. And Bautista, of course, started in right, moved into play first.
When he tagged him was that right handle on the bag. That's what they're looking at.
Romine singled to left field. Melky Cabrera. Now they call him out. So the Blue Jays have had a couple of good calls on their review. Bautista felt he tagged Romine, and the review turns the play over.
So 2 outs now, a runner at third base. Jose telling everybody, wow, that's a big call.
Rajai Davis is a threat to bunt in this situation. Not showing bunt. You've got corner infielders that are out of position. Well, Francisco is a natural third baseman. He's backed up behind third, but Bautista at first has just come in from right.
Got that extra infielder, Casey Jansen, who pounces off that mound. Rajai doesn't look like he's down.
Sure doesn't. Davis has gone 0 for 5 with a walk. This is his 7th plate appearance. Strike 2. No bunt now.
He was looking for the breaking ball right there. Casey crossed him up with a fastball.
Breaking ball. Bautista knocks it down, stays with it. What a play! Jose Bautista showing signs of his background as a third baseman. Knock it down and go to the bag. That ball had a lot of English on it. He knocks it down, gloves it, and beats Davis to first. Bottom of the 13th goes Rasmus Kawasaki. speed with a 5 report. AAA Buffalo Daniel Moas making his first start in AAA. Is still in the ball game. He's gone 6 innings, allowed 2 hits, hasn't allowed a run, walked 1 and struck out 10. Look at the number. He's got 10 strikeouts and thrown just 82 pitches.
82 pitches in the 6 innings, 2 hits. Very interesting. Speaking of left-handers, here's another one. Patrick McCoy, just 6 games this year. He will be the 5th reliever used by the Tigers this afternoon. McCoy was signed by the Tigers organization. He was originally in a draft pick by the Nationals, signed by the Tigers last November.
Spent 8 seasons in the minors. He was a 10th round pick of Washington Nationals pick in 2007. He was granted free agency in November, and the Tigers signed him quickly in November last offseason.
Got a fastball, 88 to 92, sneaky. And you saw that slider right there. Might be his best pitch.
Anthony Gose had a single as a pinch hitter. Came around to score the tying run. Outside. McCoy has 250 games of minor league experience. He pitched in 17 games in AAA this season for the Tigers. Those fouls it off. He had 9 games in AA before he was promoted to AAA. A little bit of everything here this afternoon. Blue Jays have had some fine defensive plays, including 2 plays by Bautista in the top half of this inning. Breaking ball, strike 3. Gose caught looking at a slider. That's the first out of the bottom of the 13th.
And if you're a Blue Jay fan, thank goodness for replay. The replays have gone their way today.
Been a difference in the ball game. The Gose review in the 9th inning. It would have been a double play. Gose was ruled safe. He eventually came around to score.
And then the one last inning. Runner called out, which was good for the Blue Jays, and then reversed. Called safe and then out.
Andrew Romine at second. Rasmus hits it off the end of the bat. Romine quickly to first, 2 down. That ball looked like it had a lot of spin on it. It took a funny hop when it first hit the turf.
Romine attacked that ball too. That's the whole key to that play right there. He went over and attacked it. Didn't let that ball play him.
Munenori Kawasaki, he ended the game in the 7th inning. Should be his 4th plate appearance. Two and 0. McCoy's got a good arm. A couple of 93-mile-an-hour fastballs. He threw a nasty breaking ball to strike out Gose.
Can't give up on that breaking ball if you're a left-hander.
Three and 1. Now 3 and 2. Kawasaki knows he has to get on base. Reyes had a couple of big hits this afternoon. Another foul into the seats. Blue Jays trying to win the series. They have split the first 2 games. Gianna Navarro had a couple of big hits today, a 2-run home run, and a leadoff base hit in the 10th. That's when he left the game as a favor of the pinch runner. Kawasaki takes ball forward. So he will turn the lineup over and bring Reyes to the plate once again.
Jose, last time up, hit a bullet to left field. Batting right-handed. Hit that off of Hardy. That was run down for the final out of the inning. Chance here to attack that first fastball you see.
Well, he has really been aggressive in his at-bats. Looking for that first pitch fastball. Good pitch right on the corner. Reyes slices it into right. Kawasaki is going to go first to third. Jose Reyes with his 3rd hit. That'll bring to the plate the red hot Melky Cabrera.
Kawasaki knows the outfielders are playing deep, nothing over their heads. He takes one more quick look to see where Torrey Hunter is playing, and he makes all the way to third base. First and third. Miguel Cabrera looking in to see where they want him to play. That run over there doesn't mean anything at first base.
Melky Cabrera. 3 hits. The chance to win it. Three for 5 with a walk. Ball 2. Ball 3.
Go ahead and just put him on now?
Nah, I don't think so. Not with that guy on deck. 3-0. Ball 4. So that'll load the bases, and once again, that'll bring the pitching coach out of the Tigers dugout. Chuck Jones, the pitching coach, out to talk to Patrick McCoy. Jose Bautista 0 for 5. He was given an intentional walk in the 9th. They can't do that now.
Nope. Gotta come to him. Bautista studies pitchers. Very intelligent hitter. See what he's learned about Patrick McCoy over the last couple of batters.
Bases loaded. 2 outs. 5-5 game. On the ground. We'll go to the 14th. Bautista grounds out. The Blue Jays strand the bases loaded again. 2nd time today they've done that. Patrick McCoy gets out of a tough jam. We're still tied. have unloaded their bullpen. Chad Jenkins comes out of the bullpen. He's the 7th reliever to pitch for the Blue Jays.
It has been a long afternoon. Chad's been sitting down there in that bullpen waiting for his chance, his opportunity right here. 19 games this year for the Blue Jays. For Jenkins, 0-1 with a .313 earned run average. And it's not an easy assignment here this afternoon. He's going to face Ian Kinsler to lead off the 14th.
Big Kinsler, Cabrera, and Victor Martinez, the 3 best hitters in the Tigers lineup. Five runs on 15 hits for the Tigers, 5 runs on 12 hits for the Blue Jays. Kinsler takes a first pitch strike. Tigers have stranded 11. The Blue Jays have left 13. Blue Jays have left the bases loaded twice. Kinsler behind 0-2. Jays stranded the bases loaded in the 9th when they tied it up, and then they strand the bases loaded in the bottom of the 13th. Breaking ball is pulled foul. That's slider. Tell you what, Kinsler's a good breaking ball hitter. He stays back, and he was mentored by one of the best in the game, Michael Young. They were teammates for a long time in Texas, and Kinsler was a natural shortstop who moved to second base, and Michael Young really helped him a lot in his career.
The Tigers knew all about Chad Jenkins. He came in and faced him in Detroit and just kept powering that sinking fastball right on top of him. Got some good movement on that fastball today.
Off the end of the bat, Bautista gets a wicked hop, and what a play. Jose Bautista's made 3 good defensive plays on tricky hops at first base.
They've been the 3 last plays that the Blue Jays have had to make. He tagged a runner out at second base, Romine, and then he ended last inning on a tricky hop, and he gets another one. Watch this one take a right-hand turn on Bautista. He has to shovel it over to Jenkins to get that first out. He was anticipating that ball in the middle of his body.
Bautista made a great play on Rajai Davis. He got a real twisting ball with a lot of English and knocked it down, and was able to make the play to end the inning.
Beep, beep, boop, boop, boop. Yeah, that's what happens when you play in the infield.
They don't bounce like that in the outfield. Cabrera hits it hard off the glove of Francisco into left field. Reyes out to make sure Cabrera doesn't advance. Melky Cabrera gets it back in. Miguel Cabrera with his 3rd hit of the afternoon.
Blue Jays are on the line, no doubles. And with a sinker baller like Jenkins, you're going to get a lot of hard hit ground balls to the left side. That time it went off the glove of Francisco. Play he could have made, and bounces it into the outfield.
It is an air charge to the 3rd baseman. That's the 2nd air the Blue Jays have committed. Reyes made an error in the 1st inning that helped the Tigers score 3. Victor Martinez. Martinez is 1 for 4. He has been walked twice, once intentionally. He hit the ball that Reyes made an error on way back in the 1st. Looked like it was going to be a routine inning for Mark Buehrle. That ground ball to short looked like it was going to end the inning, but Reyes booted it, and Hunter singled, and J.D. Martinez had a 2-run single, and Castellanos had an RBI single, 3-run inning.
Ball skipped up on Reyes, and all those runs were unearned.
Martinez covers that outside pitch. Boy, he is tough with 2 strikes. It is Canada Baseball Day, and the crowd has certainly got their money's worth. Another sellout crowd on hand. Popped up, playable. Francisco backing up, makes the catch, and Martinez is retired. 46,126 came to the ballpark today. They have dwindled as this game has now gone over 5 hours in length. The sun's beginning to set in the west.
It's going to be a night game soon. They got the lights on here at Rogers Center.
This is now the longest game the Blue Jays have played this season. Shattered bat by Torrey Hunter. That's going to drop in front of Rasmus. Cabrera thought about going to third. Torrey Hunter with his 4th hit.
Hard sinker right in on the hands of Torrey Hunter, but he's got enough of the bat to send it into center field. The outfielders were deep and 2 outs, and Miguel Cabrera doesn't go to third base on that single to center.
Yeah, it was a bit of a surprise. It looked like it would be a ball he would be able to advance first to third easily on. Don Kelly is now the left fielder. He goes after the first pitch and hits it in the air to center. Rasmus in the alley gets there. Jenkins has closed out the top half of the 14th. Tigers strand a pair. Francisco Tolley and Raimel when we come back to Rogers Center. His 16th win against the Jays, but Jose Reyes tied it up with a 2-out single in the 9th, and here we are in the 14th. We played so long they've had their second 7th inning stretch.
In terms of innings and time, it's been the longest game of the season for the Blue Jays, but very exciting also. You know, we've talked all game about the team, how resilient they are. They were beat by the Boston Red Sox 14-1, and they came back and won that series. And they got beat up in the first game here. Really tough loss against the Tigers in the first game here. They came back and won yesterday, and here they are again with a chance to win it.
They have been very, very tough coming back from heartbreaking losses. Juan Francisco, he took a walk his last time up. That came in the 12th. He has a couple of strikeouts this afternoon. Blue Jays have struck out 15 times today. Mind you, we're in the 14th inning. Tigers have struck out 13 times. Both teams have stranded 13 base runners. Francisco came into the game as a pinch hitter for Danny Valencia, who started against David Price. And he may have had an impact in the reason that Price left early. He had a line drive off the pitcher's left knee. There's a ground ball to second. Plenty of time for Kinsler as Francisco didn't get out of the batter's box, and you can hear the crowd responding.
I think he slipped and fell.
I didn't see it that, but the crowd felt that there may have been a little lack of hustle. I didn't see him slip, but he did slip right there. That's exactly what happened. And not always do you see those things. One out. Gosh, Tolley lined out in his only at bat. That was back in the 12th. Ground ball to short. Romine. Cabrera 2 down. Well, it's been another test for the Blue Jays. Not only did they come back from being down 5-0, they're playing here in the bottom of the 14th inning, their longest game of the season. Ryan Goins started at second base. He went 0 for 2 and was out of the game. And Kawasaki pinch hit for him in the 7th. Nolan Reimel 0 for 5. He walked in the second inning. Reimel cuts on that breaking ball down and in. He has struck out 4 times today. There have been 2 players in the major leagues that have had 5 strikeout games. Shin-Soo Choo of the Rangers struck out 5 times way back in April. And Carlos Gonzalez of the Rockies had a 5 strikeout game against Pittsburgh on the 18th of July. Reimel walks his second walk of the afternoon. Anthony Gose entered the game as a pinch hitter way back in the 9th.
It's his 4th at bat. He got a single to get that thing started in the 9th inning off of Jabba Chamberlain. Had a double play and a strikeout.
2 outs.
You know, the one thing that you don't want to do when you get into games like this is try to swing for home runs. Your swing starts to get a little bit long. You foul balls off that you should normally hit.
That's a great point. I thought the same thing when Anthony dropped that back shoulder and tried to get some lift.
How about a double up the alley in right center field? He used to sit on the bench and say, let's watch Nolan Reimel run. He's at first base. Try and score him from first.
Ground ball. Kinsler backhands, goes to first. We'll go to the 15th inning. It's a 5-5 game. Tigers and Blue Jays locked up Been updated. The Angels are losing to Boston 3-1 in the top of the ninth. The Royals have already won. Seattle playing and leading 4-0 over the White Sox. Blue Jays, of course, tied. Yankees lost today to Cleveland. Carlos Carrasco beat Hiroki Kuroda in that game. Cleveland's getting some pretty good pitching right now.
It's a big game for both of these teams here. Detroit wants it to keep Kansas City off their tail. Blue Jays want it to stay close in the wild card.
Kansas City has won 7 straight games. Eugenio Suarez entered the game as a pinch hitter in the 11th. He's 0 for 2. Fouled off. This is one of those games where you hear in the dugout, hey, we've stayed here all day, now let's win it.
Yes.
You don't want to lose this game.
Yeah, that's where you got to be tough to fight through the fatigue. You get mentally tired when you're out on the field and on your feet for as long as the Blue Jays have. Both teams.
That's why they call it the dog days of August. You got to reach down deep. Bautista looking in for the positioning from first base. He moves to his right. Brian Holiday walked in his only at bat. That was in the 13th. He was stranded at third base. Blue Jays have used all of their pitchers out of the bullpen. The Tigers theoretically have Joe Nathan available. He's pitched in both of these games. He is still down in the bullpen. He's thrown a lot of pitches.
Last man standing out in the bullpen. Yeah, this is when you start thinking about tomorrow's starter. Getting ready to throw, or a starter if Jenkins or McCoy have to go a few more innings.
Strike 3 call. Fastball caught the outside corner. Couple of strikeouts for Jenkins here in the 15th.
Comeback fastball. Watch this one come right over the outside corner. No arguing there. That's a good pitch by Jenkins.
Well, Jenkins has got that fastball diving down and away.
It's disappearing on him right now.
Right back to the mound. Good inning for Chad Jenkins. 3 up, 3 down with a couple of strikeouts. Blue Jays looking for just 1 run. It's a 5-5 game. Way back at 1 o'clock, David Price started this game. He was looked at after 6 innings plus 2 batters. Colby Rasmus puts a charge deep to right field. Get him! Off the wall. Rasmus is headed to second, and he has a leadoff double here in the 15th. By that much.
Oh, if he could have pulled that ball just a little bit more, he got a first pitch breaking ball, and that really speeds up your bat. Colby's got home run power anytime. Watch his breaking ball, smokes it to right field, the deepest part of the ballpark. Davis isn't going to catch it. Hunter's not going to catch it. It's a leadoff double. Well, now, excuse me, Buck. The bench thought that was a walk-off homer. Now they got to get him to third base.
Kawasaki pops it up. Suarez, the third baseman. One of the few times that Kawasaki can't get the bunt down.
Their best bunter. He has done it time and time again this year. Just trying to get Suarez, the third baseman, to field that ball. And Mooney pops it up.
So Jose Reyes now, and this is interesting for the Tigers. They got the best 3 hitters coming up now for the Blue Jays. Reyes, Cabrera, and Bautista. Winning run at second. Patrick McCoy in his 3rd inning of relief. He pitched out of a bases-loaded jam in the 13th, got Bautista the ground out. Stranded a runner in the 14th. Reyes takes a strike.
Taken all the way.
Reyes singled to right off of McCoy in the 13th. Up and away.
You're the runner at second base, Colby Rasmus. 1 out. You have to be able to judge a base hit into the outfield. Line drive. Check your outfielders, see where they're playing, and then you can judge the ball off the bat of Reyes. Helps you to get a jump at second base.
Kinsler shadowing Rasmus at second. Big swing. Reyes chased that high fastball. Jose has 3 hits today. Kawasaki unable to get the bunt down. Suarez, third baseman, makes a nice play. He was in front of the baseline. Made a good stop on that hot shot.
Boy, that was a real nice play. Watch where he's set up. He goes to his knees just to smother that ball. Takes a quick look to see where Colby Rasmus is, and then fires to first base for the second out. Jeff Jones now is going to go out and talk to his young pitcher.
They got Cabrera, a switch hitter, and then the right-handed Bautista. Colby Rasmus with a leadoff double, his 15th double of the season. His 31st extra base hit. Well, this is interesting, isn't it? They're going to put him on. Melky Cabrera has 3 hits and has walked twice. Jose Bautista hitless, but he has hit the ball hard. Rajai Davis took a couple of hits away from him early. Gene Lamont, the acting manager. Brad Osmus was ejected from the game way back in the 3rd inning. So You have rattled the big man's cage.
Yes. Last time he hit the first pitch thrown to him with the bases loaded and grounded out. See what he does here.
Melky Cabrera has been on base 6 times today. Bautista is 0 for 6 with a walk. This hasn't happened too often in his career. Walk the man ahead of him, and they're going to put him on too.
Yes.
Now,
that makes a lot of sense.
They got Francisco on deck, and Francisco's had a tough day. Play percentage is lefty against lefty.
How many times, Buck, and you've been around this game a long time, have you seen a pitcher intentionally walk a batter, and then when he has to pitch to a guy,
walks the next guy?
He ends up walking.
Yeah.
So if you're Juan Francisco, man, make that strike zone small right here.
Yeah, after you have 2 intentional walks, you can see that he's throwing the ball up and away, and now you got to get back zeroed into the strike zone.
And he's got nowhere to put him. So make him throw you a strike.
Neither team has a position player left. The Blue Jays have emptied their bullpen. Marcus Stroman was even into the game as a pinch runner. 2 outs, the bases loaded. Back-to-back intentional walks. There you go. He missed with the first pitch. He threw 8 straight balls to walk Cabrera and Bautista.
Keyhole him. Look for one pitch in one spot. If he doesn't throw it there, take it.
Why not take a strike?
Sure.
Bouncing ball to second. Kinsler goes to first the 3rd time. The Blue Jays have left the bases loaded. We'll go to the 16th inning. It's a 5-5 game. Players are into the game. You see, Nathan and Soria are listed on the Tiger side of things.
Well, they emptied the bullpen, so Bob Stanley doesn't have anything to do. So kick your feet up and watch a ball game out in the Blue Jays bullpen.
Alex Andriopoulos, the catcher, and Jesus Figueroa, the batting practice pitcher. But they're just going to sit back and watch now. Chad Jenkins, with a good inning of relief last inning. He had a 3-up, 3-down inning. Gave up a single in the 14th. This is his 3rd inning of work. Rajay Davis hits one to the shortstop. 1 pitch, 1 out. Yeah, this is one of those games where you just make up your mind. We're not losing this game. We've played too long, and there's too much at stake this time of the season.
Mental toughness.
Ian Kinsler takes a strike. Jenkins, first batter he faced when he entered the game was Kinsler, and got him to ground out to first. Kawasaki just moved to his left, and that cost him. Just before that pitch, he moved up the middle. Kinsler hit a ground ball to his left, and he wasn't able to make a play on it.
Watch Kawasaki say, okay, let me move. No, this way. Okay. And that got him out of position as Kinsler bounces one to his left. Mutinori can't come up with it.
He just took 3 big steps to his right, and that took him out of the play. So Kinsler's aboard. Cabrera drives it to left field. Kinsler's going to go first to third. Cabrera throws to third, and Francisco knocks it down. So Miguel Cabrera with his third hit. The Tigers have their rally caps on.
They have their big hitters at the plate also. I told you that this team really rallies when Cabrera's hitting. He goes down and gets that sinker, and he elevates it. Watch that line drive right into the gap in left center field. They were playing deep, as they should, to cut the ball off. Kinsler realizes that, and he goes first to third.
So now they're going to do the same thing and put Victor Martinez on. Martinez will be given the intentional pass for the second time today.
That's all well and good. The guy behind him, though, has had a big day. This is the right move right here.
Well, you at least get righty on righty with Jenkins pitching to Torrey Hunter. And Jenkins throws that sinking fastball. You can get a double play ball.
That's what they're hoping for. The middle of the diamond for the Blue Jays will be playing it halfway. Double play depth. Torrey Hunter actually leads this team in grounding into the most double plays. That's where Gibby's saying. He say, you go halfway, corners, you're going to come in. If it's not hit hard enough, you got to come home.
Everybody on the Tigers bench with their rally caps on. This is the 16th inning. Torrey Hunter with the bases loaded goes after the first pitch. Max Scherzer with the great effort yesterday. Torrey Hunter with his first 4-hit game of the season this afternoon. He's late on that pitch, 0-2. Jenkins got Davis to ground out. Kinsler hit an infield single, and then Miguel Cabrera hit a single to left. Then they walked Martinez to load the bases. 0-2 to Hunter. Ground ball. Home. First. 1-2-3 double play. Tad Jenkins jammed Torrey Hunter to get out of it. Bottom of the 16th coming up. this series. Nathan pitched in the 9th yesterday and gave up the tying run.
Last man standing. Once again, it was to Deanna Navarro. Runners on first and third. He pulled that fastball into right field. That tied it up. The Blue Jays would win it the next inning. Nathan picked up the save on Friday night, but he stranded the bases loaded.
Nathan threw 26 pitches on Friday night. Josh Tolle entered the game as the catcher in the 11th. Nathan threw 28 pitches yesterday afternoon.
Tell you what,
it's a heavy workload.
That's a heavy workload, but it's all hands on deck this time of the year. This is great baseball. I mean, it's so much fun.
Back and forth. Tigers won on Friday night. Blue Jays won yesterday afternoon. Josh Tolle with a good rip. Tolle's batting in the 5th spot. Inside. 2-2.
A little cutter is going to move Josh back off the plate.
Ground ball up the middle. Kinsler backhands. 1 down. Chad Jenkins had walked Victor Martinez to load the bases and pitched to Torrey Hunter, and he got exactly what he was hoping for.
Oh boy, a 1-2-3 double play. A comebacker right to home plate, then over to first base. Just what the doctor ordered right there for Chad Jenkins.
Blue Jays bullpen has been rock solid. Nolan Reimel is 0 for 5 with a couple of walks. This is his 8th plate appearance. We're in the 16th inning. Breaking ball for a strike, 1-1. Now 1-2. Joe Nathan is the 6th Tiger reliever to work.
And the last. So they've got Tuesday's starter now warming up in the bullpen. Told you that's where we are in these types of games. You just got to start thinking about the starter.
Reimel strikes out. That's the 5th time he has struck out, and that is Rick Porcello. Warming up. He was scheduled to start in the Pittsburgh series.
Tuesday. Verlander's tomorrow, Porcello on Tuesday in Pittsburgh.
Tigers are going to be doing some adjusting. Robbie Ray has already been announced as the pitcher for Wednesday, and he's not with the team just yet. Anthony Gose. How did the Blue Jays counter if Porcello enters the game? They have an option like that? Ghost drives it into left field. That's getting down in a hurry. Anthony Ghosts with his second hit of the afternoon.
Well, hopefully they won't have to deal with that. As Nathan gives up that single, you got some speed on the bases now.
So Ghosts had a big stolen base in the ninth and allowed him to score the fourth, actually the fifth run, the tying run in the ninth. Colby Erasmus had a leadoff double his last time up, top of the 15th. Ghost got a terrific jump. No chance at all for the catcher, Holiday.
Yeah, you are not going to throw him out. He had about 3 or 4 steps before the ball even got to the catcher. Watch this jump. First movement, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And no chance. I don't care who you are. He's safe.
So Ghost with 2 stolen bases this afternoon now has 14. He represents the winning run. Ghost thought about breaking toward third. We saw that earlier this season. He got thrown out. He was already in scoring position. 2-0 to Rasmus. Now 3-0. Kawasaki is on deck. Now they're going to put him on.
Yep.
3-0, another intentional walk. As Nathan fell behind Rasmus, and now he'll walk him intentionally.
You don't want to take any chances if you're the Tigers that Rasmus might have the green light, so they'll just put him on and take your chances with Munenori.
So Kawasaki will come up. He had a disappointing at bat in the 15th when he was asked to advance Colby Rasmus from second to third. He popped up to the third baseman in a bunt attempt. Two outs. A looper into center, but Davis is there. Nathan gets out of the 16th. We're headed for the 17th. It's a 5-5 game. Wednesday's game at Seattle. Drew Hutchison will start the opener on Monday night. Jay Happ Tuesday. And we have seen Rick Porcello, who is now throwing again in their Tigers bullpen. You must assume that he's going to come out and pitch the bottom of the 17th. Nathan was able to muster up an inning, his third straight appearance in this series. Off the end of the bat, Reyes was up the middle. Kelly is retired, one down. I'll tell you what, there's been a lot of good managerial moves in this game today. There have been a lot of decisions to be made. There's been some challenges and reviews, and they've been overturned. Intentional walks.
Those are the biggest decisions of all today. Both managers electing to intentionally walk the hotter hitters, setting up chances for their defense.
Brad Osmus was ejected way back in the third inning. The Tigers have issued 3 intentional walks, including back-to-back free passes in the 15th. The Blue Jays have walked Victor Martinez twice intentionally. David Price back on the bench. He was the starter and was given a 5-0 lead, but the Blue Jays scratched and clawed their way back. Different variety of rally cap this inning.
They had the half wild.
Glasses upside down, hats inside out, whatever it takes. Kansas City has won this afternoon. Somebody determined this look for this inning. Upside down glasses and inside out hats, and now they're playing rock, paper, scissors.
What was the shark fin? Was that what the other one? That
shark fin was out for a while. That didn't work.
That didn't work. It came close.
It's poked foul down the right side. And Eugenio Suarez. You see Ryan Goins and Nick Castellano sitting in the dugout. They both started this game, and they are long since removed.
And then you start to get bored, and you figure out games to play. They are playing rock, paper, scissors.
Pulled foul by Suarez. The Tigers have a short flight to Pittsburgh. Blue Jays, on the other hand, have a long flight to Seattle.
Yeah. Heading out to Seattle after the ball game. Sure be nice with a W.
Be a lot better flight if they win it. Joe Nathan pitched a good inning. Bouncing ball to third. Francisco in time. 2 down. This is the 4th inning for Chad Jenkins. Holiday goes after the first pitch. Holiday entered the game as a pinch runner way back in the 11th after Alex Avila had doubled with 1 out. Holiday has walked and struck out in his 2 previous at-bats. On the ground, base hit past Francisco in the left. Two out, base hit for Holiday. It's a 19th hit for the Tigers. Blue Jays have 14.
You're going to see some crazy numbers now. That ball, no chance for the Blue Jays to run that one down. Holiday keeps the inning going.
Andrew Romine going after the first pitch, rolls it to the second baseman. Another good inning for Chad Jenkins. Tigers strand another base runner. Rick Porcello, the starter, into the game. Ryan Goins started at second base. He's taking care of his relief second baseman, Munenori Kawasaki. Kawasaki's played just about a full game since coming into the game. New pitcher for the Tigers is Rick Porcello. He hasn't made a relief appearance since September 29th last year. Pitched in 3 relief appearances at the end of the season.
He was scheduled for Tuesday for this ball club, but they need him here on Sunday. Porcello now into the ball game. Hard single. Sinking fastball. Tollison, he's got the choice now, the rally cap choice.
Yeah, everybody has an opportunity to come up with the right rally cap. So this will be the 4th relief appearance for Rick Porcello in his career. Jose Reyes takes the first pitch, strike. Porcello had plenty of time to warm up. He had been up when Nathan was working. Reyes slaps it to left field. A leadoff single for Jose Reyes. His 4th hit of the game. Tollison so far so good.
Yeah, stay right there, Steve.
Melky Cabrera. Been on base 6 times today. 3 hits, 3 walks. Tollison said, you know what? The hitting coach needs to help out with a hit.
And he will oblige for sure. Whatever it takes at this point.
Cabrera hits one down the left side. That's going to slice out of play. Melky is 3 for 5 today. Raised his batting average 3 points. Longest Blue Jays game by time, 5 hours and 57 minutes, April 19th, 2001.
You were managing that game, weren't you?
Can't imagine I stayed awake that long. Ball and a strike to Cabrera. Upstairs for ball 2. Been a heck of a ball game. The Tigers haven't scored since the 4th. Three and 0. Jose Bautista's on deck. He's 0 for 6. He's been walked twice, both times intentionally. Ball 4. So Porcello comes in and gives up a leadoff single. Now he walks Melky Cabrera. So Melky has walked 4 times today. Had 3 base hits. Going to help out his on-base percentage.
Yeah, it's going to go way up. How many times has he been on base now? 7?
7. So this is going to be interesting. What's he going to do here? He's going to make a switch with Porcello, but he might be going to leave him in the game. Oh, Porcello's complaining about the mound. The mound, he slipped in his first at-bat. He slipped in a landing area. And remember, Joe Nathan slipped here Friday night when he landed in that hole.
That mound has taken a beating today. 17 innings. Lots of pitches. It looks like they might go get some of that filler clay or dirt and build it back up. The landing area, we saw Price earlier in the game land in front of the mound. now it looks like they've dug a hole right in front of the pitching rubber.
Yeah, there's a deep hole in front of the pitching rubber. They always put a lot of clay in there. And then you see that Brian Holiday said it's not the one in front of the rubber, it's the landing area. And Rick Porcello is asking for some clay to be put down in that hole. And of course, there have been so many pitchers here, so many different pitchers have worked in this game. Everybody lands in a little different spot, and they've really chewed it up.
And each time they dig a little bit deeper, a little bit more. So they're going to have to brush off all the topsoil, pound in some clay, and then put some more in there. Moisten it up a little bit so it sticks.
Tigers have used 8 pitchers this afternoon. The Blue Jays have also used 8. Porcello giving instructions to the grounds crew. Chad Jenkins has thrown 4 innings of relief. Jenkins has thrown 47 pitches. Fairly efficient.
Very efficient using that fastball, sinking it. His career high in innings pitched as a reliever is 5. He did that a couple of seasons ago down in Tampa. I don't want to see him pitch 5 innings tonight.
4 would be nice.
4 would be nice.
Yeah, 4 would be perfect. Jenkins got a big double play in the top of the 16th when he got Torrey Hunter to tap back to the mound for the 1-2-3 double play that ended the inning. Deanna Navarro, a long time ago, was the catcher. He had a big home run to get the Blue Jays off and running into 6. That came off David Price. This has been quite an interesting game. Price was shutting out the Blue Jays through 5 innings. And it looked like he was on his way to another win here at Rogers Center. A long day, but nobody wants to take an L here today. The lights have come on here at Rogers Center. So now Bautista will step in against Rick Porcello. Bautista with good numbers against Porcello. He's 7 for 15 against the Tigers right-hander. The winning run is at second. Jose Reyes with a leadoff single.
Make him elevate that sinking fastball. Look for it about thigh high.
Popped in the air. Into right. Hunter broke back, and now he comes in quickly, and he's able to make the catch. Bautista's retired. 1 down. Juan Francisco will come to the plate. Francisco has gone 0 for 4 since entering the game. He has struck out twice, walked and grounded out twice.
Ball off the plate. Same way last time, just got to make sure they come to you. That sinker, he's going to try and get you to get the ball on the ground.
Just foul outside of first. Cabrera was guarding the line. If that had have stayed fair, Miguel Cabrera would have made a play on it. You see, he's positioned close to the line. Kevin Seitzer saw his hitters stage a big comeback today. Now he'd like to see them finish the deal. Tell you what, a lot of fans have stayed. There was a sellout crowd, 46,126, the 10th sellout of the season, including 2 this weekend.
That's got to be worth something, doesn't it? These guys have been sitting here a long time.
There's a ball hit into right. Torrey Hunter traps it. They go to second for the force out. And Melky Cabrera is out. And there's nothing Melky could do. It looked like Hunter had a chance to make a play. So it goes as a 9-6 force out. Fielder's choice.
The ball was smoked, hit hard by Francisco. And you're right. Stuck in no man's land. If you go too far, he makes the catch. You're doubled off at first base. If you don't get out there, you're going to get gunned. But what a play by the Gold Glover. 9-time Gold Glover. Short hops that one. And then comes up firing to get the out at second.
Made a strong throw. Josh Thole inside. Thole has lined out and grounded out in his 2 plate appearances. Francisco takes second. It is not a stolen base, obviously. Thole with a 2-0 count. Thole is 0 for 3. He also grounded out top of the 16th. Swings right through that fastball. Two balls and 2 strikes. Reyes at third. Francisco at second. The only guy that matters is Jose Reyes. Thole stays alive.
Yeah, fighting off that fastball. He's choking up now, just trying to get a little back control. After he's got the 2 strikes.
Thole's actually 2 for 5 against Rick Porcello, and he's hit a home run against him.
I'll take anything right now.
A little flare.
Broken bat flare.
Bouncing ball just short. Romine, good true throw right on the money. We have played 17 innings here at Rogers Center. It's a 5-5 game. You're going to love the rest of the schedule in the month of August. Tampa Bay will be here at Rogers Center August 22nd through the 24th. 3-game set. And the Boston Red Sox, a revamped Boston Red Sox with some new faces. And how about the Yankees? August 29th, 30th, and 31st, Derek Jeter's last trip to Rogers Center as the captain of the New York Yankees. Opportunity to say farewell to Derek Jeter. The Blue Jays have had a terrific series against Detroit. Now they'd like to finish the deal and win this one in extra innings.
Oh, it's been a great series, back and forth with these two teams. A lot on the line for both of them.
Rajai Davis bunts it right off his body. Rajai's 0 for 7. These games are where you can really create havoc with your batting average.
Even though it's late in the season like this.
Sharply hit to Reyes. It's short. Davis is 0 for 8. Boy, this is where you really got to maintain your focus. So easy to drift, basically playing a doubleheader without any intermission.
With no intermission, you've been on your feet all day. Twilight has come. This was a day game, and now you're battling here in the 18th.
Ian Kinsler has gone 2 for 8. Had an infield hit in the 16th, but was stranded at third. Bounces this one past Francisco into left. Kinsler with a big turn. Melky Cabrera gets it back in. So Kinsler picks up his third hit. That ball bounced past Francisco, who was guarding the line.
Yeah, both teams guarding the line, so there's a lot of holes on the infield. You just have to find them. Kinsler is on once again. That's his third hit of the afternoon.
Miguel Cabrera has 3 hits. He came into this series 1 for 19 against the Jays at the start of this game today. 1 for 19 on the season.
You can go by through so many plays that have happened today, both teams having a chance to win it. You can pinpoint certain defensive plays that help save the game. How about the play Melky played last time Miguel Cabrera was up? Melky cut that ball off. It was headed to the wall. He was going to score a run, but he cut it off, and they didn't score.
Yeah, it looked like it might bounce over his glove and go to the wall, but Melky made a good play.
Chad finished that inning off with a comebacker with the bases loaded.
Now Torrey Hunter to tap into the double play. The drive deep to center. Rasmus back at the track, at the wall, jumps and makes a catch right up against the wall. We have seen good defensive plays all afternoon, and Rasmus with a terrific catch in center.
There's another one right there. The defensive play. That ball looked like it was heading out of the ballpark. But Rasmus goes back, gets to the wall. Right here, he realizes it's staying in the ballpark, up against the wall to make that catch. And I was watching Cabrera on that frustration after that ball was hauled in. Watch this. What do I have to do to get it out?
Jenkins appreciative of the great effort by Rasmus in center. Colby took one final peek at the wall to see how much room he had, and he measured it perfectly.
That's right, when he knew that that ball was staying in the ballpark.
Victor Martinez, the DH. Goes after that first pitch. Martinez is 1 for 5 with 3 walks.
One of them intentionally to load the bases 2 innings ago.
John Gibbons doesn't have many options. He has used Stroman as a pinch runner earlier in this game. He's used everybody out of his bullpen. Chad Jenkins working in his 5th inning of relief.
Yeah, nobody else to go to. Really nobody to go to on either side. Joaquin Soria was placed on the disabled list today. This is what brought you.
1 ball, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Pulled foul. The Angels played 19 innings last night and they won as Pujols had a walk-off hit to win it. Jenkins has thrown 58 pitches. He has been efficient. Of course, he's going to tell you he can pitch all night.
Yeah. That rubber arm. Keep using that good sinking fastball.
I tell you what, it is so tough to finish off an at-bat with Victor Martinez. He's the best 2-strike hitter in baseball. Alex Andriopoulos doesn't have anybody to play catch with. Everybody is left.
He's ready. No one to throw with. Just doesn't strike out a lot. That's the thing. Victor, when you get him, you've earned it.
Victor Martinez has had 386 at-bats coming into this game. And he struck out 34 times.
He's walked more than he's struck out this year.
He has 41 walks coming into this game, and he's been walked 3 more times today.
Up to 391 at-bats and 44 walks coming into this series. His whiff percentage was 8%. It's top 3 in baseball.
Another 1-2 pitch. Kinsler. There he goes. Ball is bounced up the middle. Reyes can't make the play, and Kawasaki doesn't have a chance. That ball was hit perfectly as it bounced over the mound, and it took a big hop past Reyes. Kawasaki was so deep at second he didn't have a play.
By starting the runner, they get the out, or excuse me, they can't get the out at second base. Good move by the Tigers. Start that runner. Kawasaki no play, so it's an infield hit for Victor Martinez.
They started the runner on a 1-2 pitch, and it allowed Kinsler to get into scoring position. Now, Torrey Hunter. Hunter's had a 4-hit game, his first 4-hit game of the season. He checks his swing again. Bautista gets another funny hop, but he'll step on the bag to end the inning. 2 more base runners stranded. Miguel Cabrera made a bid for extra bases, denied by Colby Erasmus in center. Well, the J-Force is out trying to keep the fans engaged, and they've done a nice job. It's been a long afternoon. We head to the bottom of the 18th, and they're still dancing in the aisles here at Rogers Center.
Trying to get the fans behind them. Look at this. 18th inning for the Blue Jays. A lot of zeros up there.
Nolan Reimold takes the first pitch, strike. Reimold has gone 0 for 6 with 5 strikeouts. He gets jammed and rolls it towards second. Kinsler throws him out. So Anthony Gose will come up. All the guys off the bench now getting their 5th and 6th plate appearance.
Be nice to get this guy on base right here. With his speed, he can make things happen. He hasn't tried a bunt yet today.
And a single his last time up. There's the bunt right to Kinsler. Second baseman fires in time. What a nice play. Kinsler must have heard you, Pat.
Spoke too soon. If he could have deadened that ball just a little bit more on the turf, that ball's going to take off. It's a perfect idea right here. He gets it by the pitcher, but it's just a little bit too firm, and a heck of a play by Kinsler. Has been flawless this afternoon.
Gose bunted it a little bit too hard. Kinsler with a nice play at second. Kobe Erasmus goes after the first pitch. Another ball rolled to second. Porcello, the starter, breezing through his innings. Nice play by Kinsler. He records all 3 outs in the 18th. Dickey is scheduled to start Wednesday at Seattle, and he threw a side session yesterday. He's trying to loosen up, maybe to see if he can crank it up. Chad Jenkins with 5 innings of terrific relief. First pitch swinging. Don Kelly hits it past Kawasaki into right. Don Kelly with a leadoff single. We're in the 19th. This is now the longest game in innings and time in franchise history for the Blue Jays.
It beats a game that they had against the Los Angeles Angels back in 2005, where the winner of that game was actually Pete Walker, now the pitching coach for the Blue Jays. They also played 18 innings against Texas. That was last year. Aaron Loop was the winner in that game. Top of the 19th. Bob Stanley is also in the record books as a loser when the Blue Jays played 17 innings back in 1980.
Suarez bunts at it and bunts it foul. Eugenio Suarez with the game-winning home run on Friday night. Kelly at first. Francisco in guarding against the bunt at third. Squares to bunt again and takes strike 2.
Long look down to Dave Clark, the third base coach for the Tigers. See if they're going to take the bunt off. Try to sacrifice him again.
Not bunting. Takes one close outside. One and two, nobody out. It's a piece of it to stay alive. Suarez strikes out. That's the first out of the inning.
Nice. Couldn't bunt him over, so Chad went to that slider. Chad Jenkins gets the strikeout. Watch this ball. It's on top of that one and pulls it down for the strikeout. Chad is now working in his 6th inning.
Brian Holiday had a single his last time up. Kelly dives back in at first. Kelly has 4 stolen bases in 5 attempts. There's a drive into center. Rasmus makes a diving catch. Oh, Kobe Rasmus takes one away from Brian Holiday. His second outstanding defensive play in the last 2 innings.
Neither one of these teams want to lose this ball game, so they're laying out, doing everything they can to stop the other team from scoring. Watch Colby at the top of your screen. Break on this ball. It's sinking quickly. He has to backhand it and just grab it before it hits the turf. Oh, Colby. He has played some center field today. Holiday thinks he might have a game winner right here, but Colby says not too fast. Nice play.
Andrew Romine, 2 for 8 so far in the game. Kelly takes off for second. He got a great jump. No chance at all for Tolley. So Don Kelly picks up his 5th stolen base of the season and gets himself into scoring position. Chad Jenkins really didn't give Tolley a shot. R.A. Dickey beginning to loosen up. Two and 1, 2 outs. If Jenkins can get through this inning, I would assume then Dickey would really start to crank it up.
Yeah, right now he is just taking a look. Right now, just starting to get loose.
Well, what a job Chad Jenkins has done. Jenkins, working in his 6th inning, has allowed 7 hits but has kept the Tigers from scoring. Two balls, two strikes. Cut on and missed. Tolley hangs on. Romine strikes out. Another runner stranded in scoring position. The Tigers 0 for 6 in that department in extra innings. We'll go to the bottom of the 19th. You're going to have a lot of good defense, and Colby Erasmus has done it twice.
18th inning, man on. Cabrera sends him right to the wall, and he hauls it in. They didn't score. 19th inning, another runner on. Ball into the gap. Colby makes a catch there. Two outstanding catches by the Blue Jays center fielder this afternoon, which is now this evening.
Erasmus with a couple of outstanding efforts. Munenori Kawasaki. That young lady has her rally cap going. Strike two. Rick Porcello. The starter. He was scheduled to start in the Pirates series on Tuesday night.
Both of these teams are probably going to have to shuffle the lineup a little bit. It's like playing two games in one right here.
Kawasaki gets it down. A leadoff base hit for Mooney. Kawasaki's first hit since coming into the game. Now Reyes will bat against Porcello.
Curveball. Pulls it down. Kawasaki with a two-strike approach stays back. Just slaps it into left field.
Reyes squares to bunt and drops a beauty. He's got to beat Kinsler to first, and the ball gets away. Kawasaki is headed for third, and he'll get there, and there are no outs. Terrific bunt by Reyes as he deadened it. Kinsler was late getting to first base, and by the time he got there, he had to reach back with his bare hand.
And couldn't come up with it. Sacrifice bunt for Reyes. Watch how this ball just deadens. Here comes Kinsler. You can see the foot race now to first base. It goes off of his hand, and Kawasaki can go all the way to third base.
A Well, yet another intentional pass. Milky being walked again. Bautista. On deck. Milky has been given 2 intentional walks, and that'll load the bases for Bautista. Bautista's 0 for 7. But how long can you keep him down?
I say you can't. I say first pitch, he's going to go up there swinging, looking to go hit the ball as deep as you can to get this run in.
Infield is in. Takes the first pitch, strike. Reyes with the sacrifice bunt and the air by the pitcher. And now, after the intentional walk, Bautista batting. Nobody out. The winning run just 90 feet away. Almost hit him.
That would have been appropriate for today. The game ending on a hit batter with the bases loaded. Tries to run that fastball up and in to Jose, and he dances out of the way.
There it is! Game winner for Bautista! The Blue Jays walk off the Tigers for a second consecutive day.
The fans stayed around, and they were treated to a doozy. Slider down and away, and that'll do it. Put a lid on that one as Bautista cashes in Kawasaki. Ball game. What an afternoon of baseball here at Rogers Center.
Emotional afternoon. Kawasaki got the leadoff single in the 19th. Comes in to score the winning run. The pictures will tell you what the players think about it. They gained ground on the Orioles. They gained ground on the Yankees. And they win the series against the Tigers. First time they've had consecutive walk-off wins since 2006. That'll make the plane ride a little bit shorter out to Seattle. The Blue Jays now 5 games back. Let's check in with Sean McKenzie.
Thank you very much. I'm here with a freshly soaked Jose Bautista, some Gatorade, I think a little bit of water. Dramatic fashion, a grand slam walk-off home run in the longest game in Blue Jays history. What's the excitement level like around this team right now?
Well, really excited that we don't have to sit on that plane on the way to Seattle, mourning a loss. It's going to be a good flight, and hopefully we can get on a good roll on the road.
What can you say about the crowd here? Longest game, like I mentioned, time and inning-wise, and they're here just going crazy for you.
It's great. It's great to see all these people that stayed here and stuck it out with us. It was a long game, and everybody knows that the work week starts tomorrow, so
the pie, 2 coolers, and a kiss from R.A. Dickey. It's been a good day so far for Jose Bautista. Buck, back to you while Jose cleans up here.
All right, Sean, thank you very much. And a very big win for the Blue Jays as they wrap up their homestand, taking 2 of 3 from the Tigers. Bautista picks up his 70th RBI with a drive to right. Connected coming up next. Thanks for watching. We'll see you tomorrow night from Seattle.